What is the biggest strength of being a transmigrator who has read the novel in which they are transmigrated? There may be several answers to that question, and everyone might give a different one. Some would say it's knowing the plot, having foresight into the big events, or being able to predict major twists. But for me, the answer is clear. It's knowing the characters. The real advantage is understanding who they are, how they think, what drives them, and most importantly, what breaks them. I know their backstories, the hidden trauma that shapes their every decision, the subtle motivations they won't share with anyone else. Knowing what pushes them forward, what keeps them awake at night, is more valuable than any plot twist. It's like holding the strings to their minds. What makes them stronger? I know it. What makes them falter? I know those. After all, we're all reading these books to see someone different, yet someone familiar. That's the heart of it. Readers are drawn to characters they can relate to, people who might have different circumstances or powers but who reflect something familiar back at them. It's that connection, that sense of recognizing a part of themselves, that keeps them turning the pages. But here's the thing, if you can't understand the way the main character thinks, if you can't sympathize with them, meaning you can't find that spark of familiarity, you won't care. You'll put the book down and move on. The readers might say they want something unique, something exotic, but deep down, they're looking for that thread that ties them to the story, something they can latch onto, some emotion or experience that feels real to them. On the other hand, people don't want to see too much of themselves in character. That's when it gets uncomfortable. A character who mirrors you too closely, who reflects your flaws and insecurities, those ugly sides of yourself you try to ignore, or makes you face things you might not want to. It's like holding up a mirror, and most people don't like what they see when they look too hard. But there's one thing that is clear: when someone reads a book, they internalize the main character, or at least the point of view of the character they're following. It's inevitable. Oh, so he is acting like this? That's an interesting way to approach the problem. Maybe that's how I would handle it, a broken bar. Or maybe not. Whether they realize it or not, they're stepping into the character's shoes, understanding the world through their eyes. And that's where the real advantage comes in. By reading about other characters, the reader is essentially seeing the world through someone else's eyes. They begin to understand different perspectives, and concepts that might have seemed foreign or difficult to grasp can suddenly start making sense when viewed from another angle. It's like having someone walk you through a maze you've been stuck in, offering insights that weren't clear from your own limited viewpoint. In a way, those characters become a kind of stepping stone on the reader's journey. Each character, with their unique experiences, strengths, and flaws, adds another layer to the reader's understanding, and not just of the story but of life itself. It's not just entertainment, it's an opportunity for growth, for seeing things differently, for expanding your own thinking. You begin to realize that even if you disagree with a character's choices, or if they make you uncomfortable, there's still something to be learned. Their thought process and their way of navigating problems can offer solutions or perspectives that you hadn't considered before. And even when they stumble or fail, that too becomes part of the learning. That is why it weirdly is interesting to remember the chapters about some of the male leads. Shattered Innocence was, at its core, a romance fantasy novel. Not exactly the most highbrow piece of literature, but still, it had its moments. It wasn't well written, hell. Far from it. There were so many inconsistencies with the characters that it became a running joke in my head. One chapter a male lead would be steadfast, rational, and loyal, and the next, he'd be impulsive, reckless, and frankly, irrational. I used to think those inconsistencies were just bad writing. I'd chalk it up to the author being sloppy or not understanding their own characters. But now I wonder, maybe it wasn't just the writing. Maybe those inconsistencies were a reflection of my own narrow way of looking at life. Maybe those actions, the ones I would never do, make perfect sense to someone else. There's a reason why different people relate to different characters. While I might have found the male lead's actions nonsensical, maybe to someone else, it was exactly what they would do in that situation. The impulsive choices, the reckless emotions, it all had a place in a story where people thought and felt differently than I did. Still, While I disagreed with how the male leads were written and with many of their actions, there was one thing in the book that I actually liked. It was how the concept of genius was explained. The detailed way of breaking down how a person with a talent thinks. That was something Shattered Innocence actually did well. It wasn't easy to pull off, but the writer nailed it in certain moments. One scene that always stood out to me was about the heir of the Mage Tower. Being a romance fantasy book, it was full of ridiculously talented male leads, all with absurd backgrounds and skills to match. But this one, the heir, was different, or at least the way his mind was portrayed was different. There was this particular episode where he explored a cave, hunting for a rare artifact. It wasn't some dramatic showdown or romantic entanglement, it was just him, alone, meticulously unraveling the secrets of that cave. The episode took its time, slowing down to show how his mind worked, how he observed the smallest of details that others would have missed entirely. How he had somehow sensed the mana different from others. What made his talent different was what made him the heir of the magic tower. They were all made use of. Is it the place? Vitaliara's voice echoed in my head at that moment. The reason she asked had a broken bar. Well, the place we are in right now is not a usual place. I stood in front of the cave. The very same one described in Shattered Innocence. The one where the heir of the magic tower made his breakthrough to the 5th star realm. It looked almost exactly as I'd pictured it, the jagged rock formations, the eerie stillness in the air, and that unmistakable pulse of mana. Faint, but undeniably there. Yes, that is, I said quietly, my eyes scanning the entrance. To most, it would seem like an ordinary cave, forgotten in the depths of time. But I knew better. I knew what lay inside, and more importantly, I knew what had happened here. A broken bar. I sense a really strong energy from down there. I took a step closer, feeling the subtle hum of ancient magic coursing through the cave walls. It was faint, but unmistakable, the kind of energy that could only come from something or someone extraordinary. There's no doubt about it now. This place is more than just a cave, Vitaliara murmured in my mind, her usual lazy tone replaced with a hint of caution. I can feel the barrier a broken bar. Whoever created this didn't want it found easily. That would be Alan Morrowin's work, I whispered to myself. The Archmage had been a legend, both feared and respected for his mastery of spatial and illusionary magic. He had left behind a treasure trove known as Morrowin's Vault, cleverly hidden from all but the most perceptive, and it seemed I had finally found its entrance. The barrier was subtle, just like how it was described in the novel, a near-perfect illusion laid over reality, meant to divert attention from all but those who knew exactly what to look for. The faint pulse of mana was the only clue. You won't be able to pass it like this. I held out my hand, letting my mana flow freely. The barrier flickered, rippling like the surface of disturbed water. I extended my hand, drawing upon the mana from deep within my core, feeling the familiar warmth of starlight mana swirl through me. It pulsed, gentle yet steady, the very essence of light pulled from the heavens, refined and focused. My breathing steadied as I concentrated, visualizing the process I'd read about in Shattered Innocence. The trick wasn't brute force. Alan Morrowin's barriers weren't meant to be broken, they were meant to be unraveled. It's just like threading a needle. With a focused breath, I condensed my mana into a thin thread, glowing faintly with the shimmer of stars. I let it hover in the air for a moment, admiring the delicate craftsmanship of it, before sending it forward, allowing the thread to drift toward the invisible barrier. The moment the thread touched the barrier, it flickered, reacting to the intrusion. But I knew the secret. The key wasn't to force the mana through, but to weave it, guiding it along the natural flow of the barrier itself. I began the delicate process, weaving the thread of starlight mana along the surface of the barrier. Each movement was precise, careful, as if I were stitching two fabrics together. The thread wove in and out, following the hidden currents of the illusion, tracing the intricate design left behind by the Archmage. The barrier rippled, responding to my mana but not resisting it, just as the novel described. Vitaliara's presence remained silent but alert, her curiosity evident as I worked. I could sense her observing every subtle movement I made, though for once she refrained from commenting, knowing this required my full focus. Slowly, the barrier began to shift. It wasn't dramatic, No sudden crash of magic or flash of light. Instead, it was a gentle unweaving, the layers of illusion falling away one by one. The air around the entrance grew stiller, the oppressive weight of the ancient magic dissipating as the threads of the barrier unraveled. "Impressive," Vitaliara finally murmured, her voice barely a whisper in my mind. "I can see why they called Alan Morrowind a genius." "More like obsessive," I muttered under my breath, but I couldn't help but agree. The sheer complexity of the barrier was astounding, and yet the solution had been so simple if you knew where to look. With one final tug of my mana thread, the barrier fell away completely, revealing the true entrance to Morrowind's vault. What had once been a simple cave now transformed into something far more imposing. The entrance yawned open, framed by ancient glyphs that shimmered faintly with dormant power as if daring anyone to step inside. "Well, a broken bar. Isn't it fitting of an archmage?" I couldn't help but smirk, since, at this exact moment, things started forming right in front of my face. "Well, isn't it fitting of an archmage?" I couldn't help but smirk as the glyphs shimmered, casting faint shadows on the stone walls. But even as I took in the sight, my thoughts drifted back to how I'd ended up here. Before leaving Rackenshaw, I had been carefully planning my next move. The victory over the bandits had earned me some peace and goodwill from the Baron, but I knew my journey was far from over. While most would be satisfied with the praise and offers of comfort, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more I needed to accomplish. The sword tournament that had been the key. I remembered it clearly. 2 weeks from now, a prestigious sword tournament was set to take place. A tournament filled with capable fighters, all vying for the prize. The details were all there, buried in the back of my mind from the novel Shattered Innocence. The top prize? An artifact of a really good utility, a treasure that would give the victor a significant edge. I wasn't aiming to merely attend, I planned to win. But there was a catch. I needed more power, more precision, if I was going to dominate without question. And I wasn't about to leave that to chance. That is why I knew, if I wanted to be ready for the tournament, I had to increase my strength more. Not just in skill but in raw mana capacity. I started to weigh my options, sorting through everything I had learned, both from my training and from the novel. And as I stared at the map the Baron had provided me, a thought struck me. The forest. Wraithshade Forest. It was a place brimming with history and secrets, and within its depths lay the location of Morrowind's vault, the same dungeon left behind by the infamous Archmage, Alan Morrowind. Though this place is probably the easiest dungeon left behind by him. Alan Morrowind wasn't the only one. Countless archmages, sword masters, and other powerful figures had scattered their legacies across the world, leaving behind dungeons, trials, and treasure troves for the worthy or the foolish to find. It was almost a rite of passage for those seeking power. They left behind their most valuable artifacts, knowledge, and skills, hidden in places few could access. Some legacies were near impossible to find, buried deep in forgotten realms or guarded by beasts of unimaginable power. But Alan, his approach had always been different. Rather than leaving one monumental legacy, he had scattered many smaller dungeons across the world. Each one housed a fragment of his knowledge or his power. Some were incredibly dangerous places only those at the peak of their strength could hope to survive. But this one, here in Wraithshade Forest, was the weakest of the lot. Not that I will complain. Just as the thought crossed my mind, the atmosphere around me shifted. The faint hum of magic in the air grew louder, and the glyphs on the stone walls flared with a sudden brilliance. The peaceful stillness of the dungeon shattered as I felt the approach of something hostile. My instincts kicked in immediately. They're coming. I barely had time to react before shadows seemed to congeal out of the air around me. In an instant, they took form as monsters, creatures born from the very magic that permeated this place. The creatures that emerged from the shadows were unmistakably Arrakasas. Their bodies were sleek and segmented, a disturbing mix of arachnid and insect, with hard, chitinous exoskeletons gleaming in the dim light of the dungeon. Their legs moved with an eerie precision, skittering across the ground with barely a sound. Their eyes glowed faintly, a venomous green, and I could see the lethal barbs protruding from their fangs, dripping with venom. Insectoid monsters like these were rare, and Arrakasas were even rarer still. They're creatures known for their ability to blend into their surroundings, becoming nearly invisible until it was too late. Venomous, fast, and intelligent. They were a nightmare for any who dared face them unprepared. Great, I thought, eyeing the number of them. They had me surrounded. A hiss. Their hiss echoed through the dungeon, a high-pitched sound that vibrated the air, heightening the tension. My grip tightened on my earstock, the familiar hum of the flame of equinox stirring in response. These creatures weren't to be underestimated. Their venom was potent, enough to bring even seasoned warriors to their knees if they weren't careful. It can corrode my body even after I surround myself with mana. They were monsters of a high rank, so it was obvious that they would be strong. And I had no problem with it, as I already knew the monsters that would come in the first stage. Swoosh, hiss. The first Arakasi lunged at me, its fangs bared, aiming straight for my chest. I sidestepped, the movement fluid as my earstock sliced through the air, meeting its segmented body. Swoosh, slash. The black flames flickered along the blade, severing the creature in one clean stroke. Its body twitched before crumpling to the ground, but I didn't have time to celebrate. The rest of them charged, moving as one, their venomous fangs gleaming in the low light. Their speed was frightening, but I kept my focus. My mind raced as I calculated their movements, searching for the openings in their attacks. Fast, but predictable. Another Arakasi lunged, and I met it head-on, my earstock finding the weak spot between its exoskeleton plates. My blade sliced through, and the black flames flared, disintegrating its venom before it could reach me. But the numbers were working against me. For every one I cut down, two more seemed to take its place, their movements relentless, their fangs snapping with deadly intent. The dungeon's atmosphere pulsed with magic, as if it were feeding these creatures. That was the thing with the dungeons. Even if they were created by humans and not naturally, they would all possess the same property. Monsters deriving their energy from the dungeon itself or broken bar. I couldn't afford to waste any more time. Time to end this. My earstock hummed with energy as I focused, drawing the starlight from deep within my core. The black flames that had been dancing along the blade gave way to a shimmering light, a radiant glow that pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. I closed my eyes for just a moment, visualizing the starlight blooming and expanding, cutting through the darkness of the dungeon. A void starfall blade. Starline.A. The words left my lips in a whisper as the blade in my hand sheared with starlight. I swung the earstock with precision, and a crescent beam of light shot forth from the blade, cutting through the air like a comet. The beam pierced through the Arakasas, their chitinous bodies splitting as the light tore through them. Half of them collapsed instantly, their bodies grumbling under the force of the attack. The other half, though wounded, continued to skitter forward, their fangs snapping, venom dripping from their mouths. But I wasn't worried. The strike had done its job, leaving the remaining monsters exposed and vulnerable. With calm precision, I drew from my core once again, feeling the starlight surge back into my body, replenishing the energy in my limbs. I lifted my earstock, feeling the familiar hum of power, and swung once more. Another crescent of starlight shot forward, the blade glowing with radiant energy as it arced through the air. This time, there was no hesitation. The light cut cleanly through the remaining Arakasas, their bodies disintegrating as the beam tore them apart. The dungeon fell silent, save for the faint crackling of magic still pulsing through the stone walls. I lowered my earstock, the glow fading as the starlight receded. Not barred a broken bar. For the status a broken bar. The Araxias were peak 3-star ranked monsters, which was why it was this easy for me to cut through them like this. You've improved, Vitaliara chimed in. Your control over your mana is much more refined now. I gave a small nod, acknowledging her observation. I haven't been slacking off, I replied. The truth was, while this dungeon would provide me with the edge I needed, my journey here had been anything but idle. I had made sure of that. As I traveled through the Wraithshade forest to reach this place, I encountered a fair share of challenges. The forest was crawling with its own creatures of feral beasts, rogue elementals, and plenty of low-level monsters drawn to the natural mana of the region. And as I fought and cultivated, I could feel the progress. Each battle sharpened my skills. Each moment of meditation deepened my connection to the starlight mana. The monsters I had killed on the way weren't particularly difficult for someone at my level, but they had been plentiful, and that had given me the chance to improve my precision and stamina. I had focused on refining my control, letting the mana circulate more naturally through my body, and it had paid off. I could feel the energy coursing through me, stronger and more stable than ever before. Peak 3-star realm. It had been a long time coming, but I had finally reached it, and that was also why this place was much more important, since it will be the place where I will be breaking through the 4th star. I am open to any criticism. You can comment on things that you would like to see in the story, and if you liked my story, please give me a power stone. It helps me a lot. After cutting through the last of the Arakases, the dungeon fell eerily silent. The only sound that remained was the soft crackling of residual magic within the stone walls, like the fading echoes of a once powerful storm. I sheathed my estoc, the faint hum of starlight dissipating as the weapon rested once more at my side. With the monsters defeated, the path forward was now clear. I pressed on, stepping deeper into the heart of Morrowind's vault. My senses heightened as I prepared for whatever might come next. But as I ventured further, the tunnel began to widen, and the stone walls gradually gave way to an open expanse. It was a vast, circular chamber. The ceiling arched high above, barely visible in the dim light that filtered through from an unknown source. Ancient glyphs were carved into the walls, glowing faintly with a soft blue hue, their magical presence still potent after all this time. The floor was smooth, almost unnaturally so, as if the stone had been polished by centuries of magical currents flowing through it. But what stood out the most was the lack of movement. No monsters, no traps, nothing. I stopped at the center of the chamber, my eyes scanning the room carefully. No creatures, no lurking dangers. A broken bar, Vitaliara mused, her voice thoughtful. But I can feel it. There's something here, something beneath the surface. And it was just as she had said, just as it was described in the novel itself, I thought, my eyes narrowing as I recalled the precise details. This chamber was a place where the flow of mana from several different paths converged, an intersection where all magical power pooled. In Shattered Innocence, it had been depicted as a place of immense potential but also danger. So, what's the plan here? Vitaliara's voice carried a note of curiosity, but there was also an underlying tension. I feel a broken bar stuck, as if this place is holding its breath. I couldn't help but smile at her words. The plan? I shook my head lightly. It's simple. Without hesitation, I stepped right into the center of the chamber, the smooth floor almost unnervingly still beneath my feet. The moment my foot touched the very heart of the room, something shifted. A subtle click echoed through the air, like the release of a long-held lock. And then, the chamber came alive. I could feel mana surging from all directions, as though it had been lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to awaken. My senses expanded, and in that instant, I could feel everything. The walls seemed to pulse with energy, and all around me, hidden presences began to reveal themselves. Monsters, dozens of them. No, a broken bar more than that. Hundreds. What a question mark. Vitaliara's surprise was palpable, her voice echoing in my mind. There's so many. A broken bar. She was right. The chamber wasn't empty after all. The monsters hadn't been visible because they hadn't been there in the physical sense. They had been hidden, their presence masked by the dungeon's magic, biding their time until the mechanism had been triggered. Or was she? It seemed she had also caught something up. This? Vitaliara's surprised voice came right into my head. She was surprised, rightfully, since even if she was a mythical beast, witnessing such a sight would not be something that she would frequently do. The grotesque monsters continued to emerge from the shadows, their twisted forms growing closer with each passing second. Their appearances were nightmarish. Clawed limbs, fanged maws dripping with venom, and glowing eyes that promised a swift and painful death. But I didn't move. I stood there, my hand resting on the hilt of my estoc, but I made no attempt to draw it. What a broken bar are you doing? Vitaliara's voice echoed in my mind, her confusion barely masked by her usual composure. She was right to question me, but I already knew what was happening. The first monster, a massive beast with tusks as long as my arm, charged forward, its maw opening wide, ready to sink its teeth into me. But just as it reached me, just as I should have felt the pressure of its jaws closing around me, a broken bar it passed right through. There was no impact, no pain, It was as if the creature had never been there at all. "I see a broken bar." Vitaliara's voice cut through the air again, slightly astonished this time. "That is why I did not sense any vitality from their bodies." "Illusions," I murmured, watching as more monsters approached. Each one looked just as menacing as the last, their movements precise, their attacks relentless. But none of them touched me. They simply passed through like smoke in the wind. One by one, the monsters continued to come, snarling and snapping, but none of them were real. Not even close. They were nothing more than phantoms, projections of fear conjured by the dungeon's magic. "This dungeon's magic is stronger than I thought," Vitaliara admitted, her surprise still lingering in her voice. "I suspected as much," I replied, watching as another monstrous figure lunged at me, only to dissolve into nothing as it passed. "This is part of the trial. Alan Morrowin's dungeons were never about brute strength. It's all about perception." The monsters continued their assault, each more grotesque than the last, but I remained unfazed. I had read about this trial in Shattered Innocence. This part of the dungeon was designed to test not a person's ability to fight but their ability to see through deception. The illusions were meant to invoke fear, to trick the mind into reacting, but that was the trap. If you believed in the monsters, if you let the illusions fool you, the dungeon would overwhelm you. But if you saw through them, if you realized they weren't real, you would pass the test unscathed. Well, I would not say unscathed if you have really polished your skills. Lucavian. I know. Seeing through illusions was only part of the trial. In a place like this, it wasn't just about figuring out what wasn't real, it was about discerning what was. And that line between truth and deception was always razor thin. Schlink. Without hesitation, I drew my stock, the blade humming with the familiar pulse of my mana. The illusions swirled around me, their grotesque forms continuing their relentless assault, but I knew better than to believe all of them were fake. Somewhere within this chaos was something real, something dangerous. My eyes narrowed, my senses sharpening as I focused. There you are. Just beyond the edge of my vision, hidden amidst the phantoms, I felt a presence that didn't fade like the others. Swoosh. In one swift motion, I slashed through the air, my stock drawing a sharp arc in front of me. The blade met resistance, and then came the unmistakable sound of flesh being torn apart. Blood splattered across the stone floor, and the creature that had been hiding within the illusions let out a guttural scream before collapsing. The illusions wavered for a moment, the magic distorting as the real monster's body hit the ground. Its grotesque form twitched, the blood pooling around its segmented limbs. "What a wicked method," Vitaliara remarked, her voice carrying a mix of fascination and disgust as she observed the fallen creature. I shook my head, wiping the blood from my blade. "This is how an illusionist mage fights," I replied calmly. "They mask the truth in layers of deception, waiting for you to let your guard down. In a life-and-death battle, there's no such thing as wickedness, only survival." Vitaliara hummed in agreement, though her tone remained contemplative. "Still, to mix reality with illusion so seamlessly, a broken bar, it's impressive in a dark way. You humans never cease to amaze me." "Hey, a broken bar ... This is how we are." I shook my head with a smile. "Impressive but predictable," I said, glancing down at the creature's corpse. "Once you know the trick, it's only a matter of time before the real threats reveal themselves." I seem to hear some readers saying, "You knew from the book already." That would have been the case if I was not able to sense the life and death energy from the mana itself. While I am not that particularly smart, the Flame of Equinox is a technique that is derived from both life and death, as well as their balance. That is why, one way or another, I would understand that these monsters were not real, as they would not leave any death mana out when they disappeared. I sheathed my stock once again, my gaze turning back to the chamber. This test wasn't over yet, as there would be many waves coming again and again, until that monster is killed. This will continue happening. "Hey, a broken bar ... Bring it on," I thought as I pushed my hand into the carcass of the monster. Spurt, grabbing the core inside. "Since this core is what I will need in the future." I held the core in my hand, its faint glow pulsing with the energy I would need in the future. As I straightened up, I could feel the chamber shifting again, the dungeon's magic preparing to send more illusions, more real threats hidden among the false. The first wave had been manageable. The illusions were easy to see through once I understood the trick, and the real monsters had been sloppy, their presence betrayed by the subtle disturbance of death mana. But I knew better than to get comfortable. This dungeon wasn't about to let me off easy. And sure enough, the air shifted again. The temperature dropped, and I could feel the familiar hum of illusions weaving themselves into existence. The second wave was upon me. Swoosh! The first elusive creature lunged forward, its fanged mouth snapping at the air around me. I sidestepped effortlessly, my stock flashing out in a clean arc. Nothing. The illusion dissolved the moment my blade passed through it, as expected. But just behind it, hidden in the shadows, was something real. A flash of light reflected off its sharpened claws. Swoosh! Slash! Blood splattered once more as the second real monster fell, its body crumpling to the ground in a twisted heap. The same pattern, only now the illusions were growing more aggressive, more intertwined with the real. Again, Vitaliara muttered. They're trying to overwhelm you. Mix the real with the false. What is the point of all this even? What is the point, you say? I muttered, pulling my stock free from the fallen creature, its blood pooling at my feet. You'll see the reason soon enough. I knew this dungeon, like everything Arlen Morrowind had designed, was far from random. Every test, every monster, every illusion served a purpose. It wasn't about brute strength. Not here. The first wave of Aracuses had been deliberate, a classic dungeon set up to give me a sense of what to expect, to lull me into the idea that this was just another typical challenge. Then the illusions had begun, weaving deception into the very fabric of the dungeon's trials. It wasn't merely about confusing me, it was meant to corrode my focus, wear down my resolve. So, why these endless waves? Why the constant barrage of illusions mixed with the real? The reason will reveal itself soon. Is that so? Vitaliara said, and I could sense the curiousness in her voice. If that is what you say, then I will be waiting. That would be nice. Saying that, I focused around myself once again. More illusions swarmed around me, but I wasn't fazed. My senses were honed now, finely tuned to the subtle differences in mana. Life and death energy wove together, and the real monsters stood out like beacons amidst the smoke of illusion. The third wave came harder, faster. The illusions were getting trickier, blending seamlessly with their real counterparts. But each time, I adapted. I'd let the false ones come close, just close enough to slip by, while my blade found its mark in the real ones. Each time, the feeling of cutting through real flesh was unmistakable. Swoosh! Slash! Spurt! The fifth real monster dropped, its core now in my hand, joining the others I'd collected. The chamber pulsed as if growing frustrated with my persistence. The waves kept coming, but I was unrelenting. By the time the sixth wave came, I could feel the dungeon itself growing desperate. The illusions were no longer mere phantoms, they were layered with complexity, trying to confuse me, to mask the real threats with more cunning. But the rhythm had already settled in. I could anticipate the dungeon's moves now. One illusion darted forward, I didn't even flinch. Another circled to my side, but I could feel the real monster approaching from behind. Swoosh! Slash! Another monster fell to the ground, its body crumpling as I yanked my blade free. The core joined the others in my hand, but I could feel the shift in the air once more. The dungeon wasn't finished. Not yet. Suddenly, I felt a presence here, stronger, darker. A surge of mana rippled through the chamber, far more potent than anything I'd felt in the earlier waves. This wasn't just another illusion or a low-level creature hiding among them. No, this one was real, and its strength was closer to mine. Out of the swirling mass of illusions, the real threat emerged. Its massive form moved with unsettling grace for something so large. This was a peak 3-star monster, a creature called Mazka, its body a twisted fusion of jagged stone and dark, pulsing flesh. Its eyes glowed with a deep, sinister light, and its massive claws dripped with venomous energy. I raised my stock, but I knew immediately that this fight would be different. Mazka was no simple monster, it was intelligent and fast, and most importantly a monster that could pose a threat to my life. The illusions around me danced, shifting and twisting, making it harder to predict its movements. The mana in the chamber was thick with deception, each illusion a distraction, clouding my senses and masking the real threat's true intent. Swoosh! The beast lunged at me, its massive claws slashing through the air with terrifying speed. I dodged, barely, the wind from its strike brushing against my face. My eyes darted around, trying to see through the illusions, but they blurred and blended into each other, creating a web of confusion. I couldn't rely on my sight alone anymore. I countered, thrusting my earstock toward its chest, but Mazka was ready. It deflected my strike with a swift, brutal motion, its claws clashing against my blade, sending a shockwave through my arm. The power behind its strike was immense. This was not a creature I could simply cut down with one clean blow. "This one's no joke," Vitaliara murmured, a note of warning in her voice. "I can tell," I muttered, shifting my stance as I prepared for the next attack. Swoosh! It came at me again, its claws tearing through the space between us. I dodged to the side, but just as I moved, an illusion of the monster appeared from the other direction, almost indistinguishable from the real one. For a split second, I hesitated just enough for Mazka to close the gap. Its claws raked across my side, the venom sizzling as it met my mana barrier. Pain flared, but I didn't let it slow me down. I spun, using the momentum to strike back, my earstock glowing with the power of starlight. The blade sliced through the air, aiming for Mazka's exposed flank, but once again, it anticipated the move. Clang! Our weapons clashed again, and I was forced to step back, breathing hard as the illusions danced around me, their movements mirroring Mazka's real form so perfectly that every strike, every dodge, felt like I was fighting multiple enemies at once. My senses were failing me. The air was thick with deception, the mana distorting reality itself. Each step I took, each swing of my earstock, was met with uncertainty. Swoosh! Slash! I dodged, but not fast enough. Mazka's claws raked across my arm, slicing through the fabric and grazing my skin. Hiss! A broken bar. A sharp pain flared, and I could feel the venom sizzling as it met my mana barrier, slowly eroding it. I bit back the pain, pushing forward with a retaliatory strike, but the beast was already gone, slipping back into the web of illusions. "Damn it!" I muttered under my breath, frustration rising as I struggled to discern the real Mazka among the countless false forms. My sight, my hearing, and none of it was enough. They were failing me. "No, calm down." "What are you doing?" In the novel, this fight would not progress like this, as the male lead of the magic tower would use annihilation magic to blast this whole place open. But I cannot do something like that for now. Which is why I need to think of something different. Clang! Our blades clashed once again, the force of Mazka's strike sending a shockwave through my arm, rattling my bones. I stumbled back, my breathing heavy, sweat dripping down my forehead. The illusions tightened around me, making it impossible to see, to predict. Every time I thought I had the real one, it vanished, replaced by a phantom. The beast was playing with me, using the dungeon's magic to its full advantage. And in the chaos, I was taking hit after hit. Another slash across my leg. A near miss to my chest. The venom was slowly weakening my barrier, the pain starting to accumulate. I had to think. I couldn't rely on my senses anymore, not my sight, not my hearing, not even my mana perception. All of it was being deceived by the dungeon, twisted and corrupted. But there was something else, something deeper, something I had learned over countless battles. The answer was laid right before my eyes. Instinct. That was the answer. All those times I had fought for my life, those moments when everything hung in the balance, when the edge between survival and death was razor thin, that had honed something beyond my senses, a battlefield instinct, something primal that had guided me in the most dangerous moments. It wasn't about seeing the enemy, or even feeling them through mana. It was about trusting in the battle itself. I took a deep breath, the pain in my body fading to the background. I closed my eyes. Trust your instincts. The world went dark, the sounds of Mazka's claws scraping the ground blending with the illusionary whispers. But in the stillness of the dark, I could feel a faint pulse, a rhythm in the chaos. It was subtle, barely there, but it was real. Mazka's presence. I waited, my earstock steady in my hand, as the illusions swirled around me, trying to confuse, to distract. I ignored them, letting the false images pass by as if they didn't exist. They were nothing but shadows. And then, I felt a slight shift in the air, the real Mazka moving toward me, hidden among the phantoms. There. The instant it lunged, I moved. My eyes remained closed, but my body knew where to go. My stock swinging in a precise arc. The black flames of the flame of equinox ignited, cutting through the air with lethal precision. Clang. This time, I hit something solid. The real Mazca. I felt the force of the impact as my blade met its jagged stone-like hide. The beast let out a roar, its claws slashing toward me in retaliation, but I was already moving. My body flowed with the rhythm of the fight, each step guided not by sight, but by instinct. I ducked under its swipe, the venomous energy missing me by inches. My stock glowed with the combined power of starlight and death energy as I twisted, driving the blade toward its exposed flank. This time, I wasn't deceived. I wasn't fooled. The strike landed clean. Mazca screeched, the sound echoing through the chamber as my blade tore into its side, black flames searing its flesh. I pressed the attack, my eyes still closed, trusting in the instincts that had been carved into me through battle after battle. The illusions swirled around me, but they couldn't touch me. I was beyond them now. Mazca lunged again, but I was ready. My stock moved with the fluidity of water, deflecting its claws, redirecting its force just as I had done with Corvin. Each strike I made cut deeper, each movement more precise, as I began to wear it down. This was the difference between reacting and knowing. And as I felt the beast stagger, its strength waning, I knew the end was near. Broken bar. Broken bar. The sounds of the other monsters were coming from all across. I could even picture everything within my mind, as their illusions could even affect my head just by voices. There were countless different monsters all around, attacking me in the form of an illusion. Thud. Yet, my ears picked the real sound. The sound of staggering back. Indeed. Mazca staggered back, its jagged stone hide cracked and bleeding where my stock had struck, but I didn't move in for the killing blow. Not yet. This fight, this memento, it was more than just survival. It was an opportunity, a rare chance to train, to refine the instincts that had saved me countless times before. In the heat of battle, I had no choice but to trust them, and now was no different. Sometimes in battle, your eyes couldn't see everything. Sometimes, your mind could be outwitted, overwhelmed by the chaos of the fight or by an opponent more cunning than you. In those moments, there was only one thing left to rely on: instinct. The primal knowledge that had been carved into your very bones through countless fights, where every move was life or death. I let Mazca lunge again, feeling the pulse of its movement through the air, the shift in mana as it twisted its massive body. My eyes remained closed, but my body moved, fluid and precise. I stepped back, narrowly avoiding its venomous claws, and instead of countering with a lethal blow, I deflected its strike, guiding its power away from me. Not yet, I thought. This wasn't just about defeating Mazca. It was about pushing my instincts to their limits, honing them until they were as sharp as the blade in my hand. I knew I could end this quickly. I had the power, the skills, even the black flames of the flame of equinox. But that wasn't the point. I needed to train. I needed to become better. So, I held back. I limited my power, deliberately slowing my movements just enough to test my reactions, to feel every shift in the air, every pulse of danger. I didn't rely on my master's swordsmanship, the techniques that had been passed down to me. No, this was about something deeper. It was about me, about trusting the instincts that had carried me through so many battles. Mazca screeched again, enraged by the fact that it couldn't land a solid hit. Its claws slashed wildly, venom dripping from the tips, but I danced around them, always just out of reach. My stock moved in response, deflecting its strikes without delivering a killing blow. I let it think it was closing in, that it had a chance, even though I could feel its strength waning with each failed attack. This was the training I needed. In the chaos of a real fight, sometimes raw power wasn't enough. Sometimes you had to rely on something more primal, more instinctive. And that's what this fight had become: me, a test of my ability to survive not just with skill, but with something deeper. I let Mazca press the attack, letting it come closer, feeling the brush of its claws against my skin, the venom sizzling against my mana barrier. I dodged and deflected, each movement smoother than the last, more precise. My instincts were sharpening with every second, my body reacting without thought, without hesitation. The rhythm of the fight became clear. I knew Mazka's patterns now, its movements predictable even in the chaos of illusions swirling around us. It was a beast driven by desperation, by instinct just like me. But unlike me, it didn't have control. As Mazka lunged once more, I felt the moment arrive. My instincts screamed at me, guiding my hand as I deflected its final strike. This time, I didn't hold back. With a swift motion, I spun my earstock, black flames igniting along the blade, and drove it deep into the creature's side. Clank! Mazka let out a final, agonized screech as the black flames of the flame of Equinox consumed it from within. Its body convulsed, then crumbled. Roar! Screech! Swoosh! The illusions continued to take precedence over my head, filling it directly. Yet, I did not care at all. Ha! Broken bar! I stood there, breathing heavily, my earstock still glowing with the faint remnants of the black flame. My eyes remained closed, my senses still sharp, still attuned to the fight. But now, there was only silence. I had won. But more importantly, I had trained. Are you done? Vitaliara's voice came softly into my mind, breaking the silence that had settled over the chamber. I nodded, my breathing still a little heavy as I steadied myself. I was taking control of my breath, pulling myself back from the raw intensity of the fight. Yeah, I murmured, feeling the slight tremor in my body as the adrenaline began to fade. Good. I didn't want to disturb you, Vitaliara continued, her tone thoughtful. I felt like you were in the zone, so I decided to let you handle it without interference. That's why I didn't help. I gave a faint smile, still not opening my eyes. You did well. I was indeed in the zone. She had sensed it. That primal focus, that clarity of mind where everything else fades away, and all that matters is the fight. It had been a long time since I'd felt that kind of connection with my instincts, and it had been necessary for a fight like this. With a deep breath, I opened my eyes. The illusions were still there, countless monsters filling the chamber, their grotesque forms twisting and snarling, surrounding me like a sea of phantoms. But now, they seemed distant, insignificant. I could feel their presence, but there was no longer any real threat. The final, true monster had been dealt with, and the illusions were nothing more than an echo of the dungeon's magic. I stood there calmly, my earstock still glowing faintly with the remnants of the black flames from the flame of Equinox. The real challenge had passed, and now I could move forward. I had what I needed, the cause from the real monsters. What are you going to do now? Vitaliara asked, looking at me with her curious eyes. Indeed, it was understandable that she was curious. After all, now that I have dealt with the real monsters, we need to advance to the next stage. Didn't you say you wanted to witness a good show? It is about to come now. It was time to put on a good show. I crouched down, gathering the cores of the fallen monsters one by one, their faint glow pulsing with energy as I placed them carefully in my pouch. As I worked, I could feel Vitaliara's curious gaze on me. What are you going to do now? She asked, her voice light, but her eyes sharp, watching my every move. Didn't you say you wanted to witness a good show? I replied with a smirk. It's about to come now. As I continued picking up the cores, I glanced at her. You must have seen quite a few strong people while traveling with my master, haven't you? Vitaliara tilted her head, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully before she nodded. Indeed, I've met many strong people, mages, warriors, even those who dabbled in darker arts. I chuckled softly. Have you ever thought about what they all have in common? Vitaliara paused, considering my question. Common? Well, she mused, talent, of course. Hard work, training, and maybe an unshakable determination. Her voice was thoughtful, though not entirely convinced by her own answer. I shook my head, a small smile playing on my lips as I reached for another core. No, that's not it. Oh? Her curiosity was piqued. Then what? It's not just talent or hard work, I said, standing up and brushing the dust off my hands. The one thing that most strong people have in common, a broken bar, is that nearly all of them have some sort of weird quirk. Vitaliara blinked in surprise. A quirk? She tilted her head, a bit of amusement creeping into her voice. Explain. I laughed softly as I tossed a core into my pouch. Think about it. My master said he met a mage with a strange obsession with perfecting one single spell for decades, even though everyone told him it wasn't necessary. He also said that he met a swordsman once who refused to use anything but the oldest, most rusted blades he could find. He said they had more character. And well, he himself was also quite a bit. Vitaliara's eyes widened in realization, the pieces clicking together. Ah, I see now. They're all a little broken bar eccentric. Exactly, I said, nodding. On the path of strength, it is quite hard to stay sane, after all. That is, Vitaliara trailed off, clearly thinking deeply about what I'd said. I let the silence linger for a moment before speaking again, my tone casual. So, what do you think Alan Morrow's quirk is? Vitaliara blinked, clearly taken aback by the question. His quirk? She repeated, her voice laced with confusion. Yeah, broken bar. Don't know. What could it be? He was an archmage, one of the strongest mages of his time. Surely his focus was on something grand, something important, right? I chuckled, shaking my head. Come on, you must have noticed it already. She tilted her head, clearly searching for an answer but coming up short. Noticed what? I can't say I've seen anything that stands out. A broken bar. The small details, I said, a knowing smile creeping onto my lips. It's all in the details. Puzzles would be the right word for it. Puzzles. Vitaliara sounded even more confused now, though there was a hint of realization creeping into her voice. Wait, a broken bar? You mean all of this? The traps, the illusions, even the way the dungeon is structured? It's like a giant puzzle. I nodded, tossing another core into my pouch. Exactly. Alan Morrowind wasn't just obsessed with raw power or grand displays of magic. His quirk was puzzlers are small, intricate details hidden in plain sight. His dungeons are all about testing not just your strength but your mind. He wanted to see if those who entered his domain could think their way out of a trap, not just fight their way out. Vitaliara's eyes widened in understanding, her voice carrying a newfound respect. So, everything here has been a test, a puzzle for us to solve. Precisely, I said, and we've been solving it piece by piece. That's his quirk. It's not about brute strength or overwhelming power. It's about outsmarting the game he's laid out in front of us. I looked toward the path ahead, feeling the weight of the cores in my pouch. Now all that is left is the need to figure out the final piece of this puzzle. Vitaliara looked around, her gaze scanning the chamber as the illusions continued to swirl around us. Her expression was a mix of confusion and curiosity. What's the puzzle now, then? I don't see anything out of place. I smirked, already knowing the answer. Details, I said simply, my voice calm as I knelt down, retrieving the core of the first monster riot guild. It's always the details of things we tend to overlook. Details? She repeated, still not quite grasping the concept. I smiled as I carefully slipped the core into my spatial ring alongside the others. Think about it. Why did I keep all these cores in order? Why not just store them randomly? Vitaliara's eyes flickered with understanding but still lacked complete clarity. Wait, a broken bar? You kept them in order? Why? This, I said, standing up and brushing the dust from my knees. I moved toward the area where I had first entered the dungeon, the illusions still dancing around us, but they were nothing more than distractions now. My focus was on the ground beneath my feet, the small details that most would have ignored in the chaos of the fight. Finally, I reached the spot right where I had first stepped into this chamber, and there, almost imperceptible, was a small cavity carved into the stone floor. It was perfectly shaped as if waiting for something specific to be placed inside. I knelt down and held the core above the cavity. This is why, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, before gently placing the core into the small space. It fit perfectly, without any wasted room. As soon as the core clicked into place, a faint hum resonated through the chamber, the illusions around us flickering for a moment. The faint hum from the chamber reverberated through the air, and for a split second, I saw it. Parts of the illusion flickered, edges becoming hazy before they slowly began to dissolve. Vitaliara mumbled under her breath, her eyes narrowing as she observed the changes. The core is a broken bar, they need to be put in order. I smiled at her quick deduction. You're catching on fast, I said with a nod. Without hesitation, I reached for the second core stored in my spatial ring. This puzzle, this sequence here, it wasn't a mystery to me. I knew it well, thanks to the novel. The male lead of the Magic Tower had stumbled upon it after countless attempts, trial and error that nearly drove him mad. But I had the advantage. I didn't need to fumble through different combinations or test the wrong answers. I knew the order. Holding the second core, I moved toward the next spot in line. The illusions around me still danced, but I could sense their presence weakening. They were no longer the threat they once seemed, just shadows clinging to the magic of the dungeon. This part was frustrating for the protagonist, I muttered, more to myself than to Vitaliara. He spent weeks figuring out the right sequence. Protagonist? Vitaliara repeated, astonished. Aha, broken bar. Don't mind me. Sometimes, such slip-ups can be made, but it is always better to be careful in the future when such things occur. I placed the second core into another small cavity on the floor, identical to the first. As soon as it clicked into place, the hum returned, stronger this time. Another section of the illusion faded, unraveling like a loose thread. With quiet confidence, I stood and moved toward the next spot, already reaching for the third core. The path was clear in my mind, thanks to the knowledge from the novel. I didn't need to guess, I just needed to follow the steps that had already been laid out. We're almost there, I said, more to myself as I prepared to place the next core. One by one, I placed the cores into their destined locations, each fitting perfectly into its small cavity. The hum of the dungeon's magic grew louder with each core, and the illusions continued to flicker and fade. The path was clear in my mind, the sequence from the novel guiding me step by step. To the right, I muttered, reaching for the third core and moving toward the next spot. I could almost hear the protagonist's frustration in my mind as I remembered how many times he had tried and failed. But I didn't have to go through the same torment. I knew exactly what to do. The third core clicked into place, and another section of the illusion unraveled, like threads coming loose from an old tapestry. To the one on the right center, I whispered to myself as I moved to the fourth core, slipping it into the next cavity without hesitation. The hum grew stronger, almost resonating through the floor beneath my feet. The dungeon was responding, slowly revealing its true form. The fifth, sixth, and seventh cores followed in quick succession, each one placed without any space wasted. With the last core in hand, I made my way to the final cavity, the one that would complete the sequence and fully dispel the illusions. The magic in the chamber seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for this moment. Here we go, I muttered, placing the final core into its slot. As soon as it clicked into place, the hum transformed into a deep, resonant vibration, and in an instant, the remaining illusions shattered. The false monsters, the distortions in the air, all of it vanished, leaving the chamber bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. The puzzle was complete. The soft glow that bathed the chamber made everything feel serene. But before everything went down, there was one final thing that one needed to do. Vitaliara, I called, keeping my voice light. She turned to me, curiosity evident in her feline gaze. Climb up there, I said, pointing toward the chamber's walls, which stretched high above us. Why? She asked, her eyes narrowing in confusion. I simply smiled. Just do it. Trust me. She gave me a skeptical look but complied without further question. Her sleek form moved effortlessly as she scaled the walls with quick, agile paws, her movements feline and graceful. Within moments, she had ascended to a vantage point near the ceiling, her gaze sweeping over the chamber from above. From her elevated position, I waited for her reaction, knowing what she was about to see would put the final piece of the puzzle into place. The moment Vitaliara reached her vantage point high above the chamber, I watched her eyes widen slightly, her expression shifting into one of surprise. She looked down to the ground, her feline grace momentarily overshadowed by confusion. Huh? She mumbled, her voice carrying just enough for me to catch. I couldn't help but smile. What do you see? I asked, already knowing what had caught her attention. She hesitated for a moment before responding, her tone laced with disbelief. It says, "Welcome, player. I chuckled softly. Exactly. From her elevated position, she could now see the full layout of the chamber below each core I had placed, every section of the illusion that had disappeared, all forming the perfect pattern that spelled out those words. It was the final flourish of Arlen Morrow's puzzle. I called down to Vitaliara, still smiling as she remained perched high above. "Come back down." Without hesitation, she leapt from the wall, her sleek form landing gracefully on my shoulder, her paws barely making a sound. Her eyes were still wide, trying to piece together what she had just witnessed from above. I could sense her curiosity bubbling just beneath the surface. "Get ready for the show," I said with a grin, my voice low. She looked at me, her feline eyes narrowing. "Show? What are you planning?" I ignored the question and faced forward, the words already forming on my tongue. "I am welcomed." The moment the words left my lips, the entire space reacted. Rumble. The ground beneath us shuddered violently, as if some ancient force had been awakened. The air filled with a deep, resonating hum, and the walls began to move, sliding and shifting like pieces of a massive puzzle being realigned. Crack. Tremors surged through the chamber, shaking the very foundation we stood on. It was as if the entire dungeon had come alive, responding to the activation of the final puzzle. "What's happening?" Vitaliara's voice carried a rare note of alarm as she dug her claws into my shoulder for balance. The walls groaned and rumbled, massive stone slabs sliding into place as though the entire room was being reshaped. Vitaliara's claws dug into my shoulder, her balance threatened by the violent tremors. "What's happening?" she asked, her usual composure shaken. I just smiled, letting the chaos around us unfold. "In this world, not everything is just about magic," I replied, my voice calm despite the quaking ground beneath us. "There are many things that can be achieved without the involvement of mana." She looked at me, still bewildered, her feline instincts sensing the shift but not fully understanding. "What do you mean?" "This place is a prime example of one of those things," I continued, gesturing toward the walls that continued to shift and slide as if part of some ancient, intricate mechanism. The tremors grew louder, the grinding of stone against stone reverberating through the chamber. And then, with a final groan, the walls parted, revealing a hidden path behind them. The dust and debris settled as the convulsions stopped, leaving the newly opened passage gleaming with an eerie, faint light. "There," I said, nodding toward the opening. "That's the true way forward." The hidden passage gleamed with a soft, eerie light, revealing a smooth, spiraling staircase that descended deeper into the dungeon. The walls around it were lined with faintly glowing symbols, casting a dim but steady illumination that guided the way forward. "Well, that's one way to welcome someone," I muttered to myself, glancing at Vitaliara perched on my shoulder. Her feline eyes darted around, still processing the transformation of the chamber, though she didn't say a word. The path was clear, and there was no point in delaying any further. I took the first step onto the staircase, feeling the smooth, cold surface beneath my boots as I began my descent. Each step echoed softly in the chamber, the weight of the dungeon's secrets pressing down on me as we descended deeper into the unknown. "It's time," I said quietly, more to myself than to Vitaliara. "Time to collect what I came for." The promise of the reward lay just ahead, waiting for me at the bottom of this spiral. As I continued walking down the spiral staircase, Vitaliara's ears twitched, and she suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with both curiosity and wariness. "I can feel it again. The strong energy we sensed when we first entered the dungeon. It's stronger now." I nodded, my eyes fixed on the glowing path ahead. "That's because we're nearing the source," I replied calmly. "The energy we felt at the start was just a faint echo. Here, it's contained." The air grew heavier with every step, the weight of the mana pressing down on us, thick and tangible. We reached the bottom of the staircase, and before us, a vast chamber opened up, revealing a sight that even I hadn't fully expected. The space was massive, far larger than any of the previous rooms in the dungeon. The walls were lined with ancient runes, and at the center of the room was a raised platform, glowing with an intense, pulsating energy. The sheer force radiating from the platform made the air hum. Vitaliara leapt down from my shoulder, landing gracefully on the ground. Her eyes widened as she took in the sight, her usually composed expression giving way to astonishment. "These are broken bar," she murmured, barely able to form the words as she gazed at the spectacle before us. I smiled, my own eyes fixed on the platform ahead. "We've reached the heart of Morrowin's vault." Vitaliara's astonishment didn't wane as she continued to gaze at the energy radiating from the platform. Her eyes flickered with recognition, her voice filled with awe. This is a minor fundamental vein." I, of course, knew what a minor fundamental vein was. After all, this place was also explained in the novel directly from the male lead's eyes. Though I still let her continue talking and still staring at the pulsating energy, Vitaliara continued. "It's an extremely rare type of mana vein. You'd be hard-pressed to find another like it in the world. The moment such veins are discovered, they're immediately claimed by humans or any other awakened, drained for their power." She looked really impressed. "The mana concentration in a place like this is far denser than normal areas. It allows anyone cultivating near it to accumulate energy much faster," she explained, her voice filled with a sense of wonder. "It's not just the amount of mana either, the quality is higher, purer. Training or recovering here makes everything far more efficient. That's why these veins are so sought after. They don't last long once found. I mean, it was no wonder that the energy felt so potent. The vein itself was amplifying everything around it, creating an atmosphere perfect for cultivation. But the most impressive thing here is the fact that someone was able to seal this place off for future newcomers. Well, for an archmage, this vein means nothing after all. So why not reserve it for the future generations? Your humans are always interesting." I smiled at Vitaliara's comment, watching as the energy from the minor fundamental vein swirled around us. "Humans can be complicated, but I suppose that's part of the fun, isn't it?" I said lightly, stepping closer to the glowing platform. The vein's power was undeniable, but knowing it had been reserved for those who could solve the puzzle made it even more intriguing. Alan Morrowind had created a test not just for strength but for insight, a reward for those who could understand the subtleties of his design. Still, to think something like this was left behind, I mused aloud. The power alone could bring a lot of people to ruin if it fell into the wrong hands. "Perhaps that's why it was hidden so well," Vitaliara said, her eyes still glowing with amazement. "Only those who could see beyond the obvious would find it." "Exactly," I replied. "A perfect reward for the right mind." I let my gaze linger on the platform for a moment longer, feeling the anticipation build. Since it was the time to finally reach the 4-star realm. Lucavian stood before the pulsating platform, his eyes narrowing as he took in the massive chamber. The energy from the minor fundamental vein thrummed through the air, thick and tangible, amplifying the mana within the room. He could feel the power radiating from the core of the chamber, like a vast ocean waiting to be tapped into. His heart pounded in his chest, not from anxiety, but from the anticipation of what was to come. "It's time," he whispered to himself, his breath steady despite the immensity of the moment. He stepped closer to the platform, the glow of the energy casting a pale light on his features. Vitaliara perched by his side, her feline eyes never leaving him. Though her awe had faded into quiet composure, Lucavian could still sense her heightened awareness of the situation. This was a critical memento, one that would determine his future path. Lucavian closed his eyes, centering his focus on his cultivation core. There, devourer of stars, technique thrummed deep within him, the swirling starlight mana coiling inside his body like a waiting storm. He had cultivated relentlessly to reach this point, his core already nearing its limit. Now, with the power of the vein amplifying everything around him, he would take the final leap. He dropped to a seated position on the platform, legs crossed, his hands resting lightly on his knees. The hum of mana from the vein grew louder, as if it could sense the impending breakthrough. Lucavian allowed his breathing to slow, his senses sharpening as he began to draw in the mana from the vein. It surged toward him, a river of pure energy flooding his body. Vitaliara watched from her place, her eyes glinting with both caution and trust. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice soft in his mind. Lucavian didn't respond immediately, his focus solely on the swirling energy coalescing around him. His entire body felt like a vessel filling with stars, the power building to a critical mass. He could feel every strand of mana within him, each pulse of starlight as it gathered and condensed at his core. Their Devourer of Stars technique was designed for Caesar, taking in the energy around him and refining it, merging it with his own essence to elevate his power. "I'm ready," he finally murmured, his voice a calm contrast to the storm of power building within him. With that, Lucavian initiated the final phase of his breakthrough. The starlight mana coiled within him began to move, spiraling through his body, merging with the energy from the mine of fundamental vein. It felt as though his very soul was being stretched and expanded, the boundaries of his current cultivation core shattering as the new power flooded in. His breathing deepened, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of the mana as it surged through him. Sweat beaded on his brow, but he remained focused, his will unshakable. As the energy coursed through Lucavian's body, his mind turned inward, focusing on the stars he had formed in the previous stages of his cultivation. 3 brilliant stars, each one a testament to his journey thus far, glowed within his cultivation core, their light steady and constant. They were the foundation of his power, but now, to ascend to the next level, he had to take their Devourer of Stars technique to a more complex stage. His breathing slowed as he visualized the next step, the crux of the breakthrough entangling the stars. Each star held immense power on its own, but they were isolated and unconnected. The next phase of the Devourer of Stars technique required him to draw these individual stars into a perfect orbit, binding them together so that their energy flowed in harmony. Lucavian's brow furrowed, feeling the immense challenge of the task. The stars needed to be connected, not by force, but by aligning their energies so precisely that they naturally drew toward one another. He couldn't rush this process, or he risked destabilizing the stars he had already formed. He visualized the first star, its energy pulsing rhythmically in tune with his breathing. Slowly, he extended his mana, carefully weaving it around the star's surface. The star responded, its light growing brighter as it absorbed the mana he fed it. Then, he turned his attention to the second star. His mana reached out, a delicate thread of energy, and began wrapping around the second star in the same way. The challenge lay in balancing the energy between them, ensuring that the two stars did not repel each other but instead fell into a harmonious orbit. His body trembled slightly as he carefully manipulated the mana, feeling the subtle resistance between the two forces. A soft hum echoed within him, the two stars beginning to move, drawn into a slow, deliberate orbit around each other. Their light flickered as they synchronized, the first step of entangling complete. Lucavian let out a slow breath, knowing this was just the beginning. 2 stars, he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, eyes still closed as he focused on the task. The third star awaited its connection. It gleamed brightly, but Lucavian could feel the tension. Drawing the third star into the orbit would require even more precision, as the 3 stars needed to balance perfectly. The smallest misstep could disrupt the entire process, causing the stars to collide and the breakthrough to fail. He extended his mana again, this time more cautiously. His energy flowed from the first and second stars, reaching out toward the third. The 3 energies pulsed together, vibrating with increasing intensity as the distance between them shrank. Lucavian's heart pounded as he concentrated, holding all 3 in perfect equilibrium. The third star hesitated for a moment, resisting the pull of the others. Lucavian gritted his teeth, pushing more of his will into the technique, coaxing the star forward without forcing it. Gradually, the resistance weakened, and the third star began to move, slowly aligning with the other 2. Then, with a soft, almost inaudible click, the 3 stars snapped into place, forming a perfect orbital system within his core. Lucavian's entire body jolted as the energies merged, his chest tightening as if a powerful gravitational force had taken hold of him. The stars spun around one another, their light intensifying as their energy flowed seamlessly between them. A broken bar. He took a deep breath, the weight of his breakthrough still heavy on his shoulders, but he knew this wasn't the end. He had chosen this place not merely for the purpose of reaching the 4-star realm, but for something far more crucial: a stabilization and expansion. His core, unlike most, demanded an extraordinary amount of mana to support its complex structure, and the mine of fundamental vein was the key to making that happen. The 3 stars spun within his core, now in perfect harmony, but Lucavian could feel the underlying instability. His unique condition meant that his core was far more volatile than others. If he didn't stabilize it now, the breakthrough would be incomplete, leaving him vulnerable in the future. And then there was the next step of expanding the boundaries of his core, increasing his mana capacity to handle the immense power he sought to wield. He closed his eyes again, steadying his breath, and focused inward. The stars were spinning in orbit, their light swirling in his core, but now he had to push them further. The rotational force of the stars wasn't just a byproduct of the entanglement, it was the very tool he would use to expand his core. Slowly, Lucavian began drawing mana from the air around him, feeling the dense energy of the minor fundamental vein pulse through his body. The power flooded into him, almost overwhelming, but he kept his focus razor sharp. He let the mana flow into his core, saturating the stars as they continued their orbit. As the mana poured in, Lucavian adjusted the speed of the stars' rotation, quickening their pace. The energy they generated from their movement grew stronger, creating a centrifugal force that pressed against the boundaries of his core. The torque produced by their spinning wasn't just raw power, it was the key to pushing the limits of his mana capacity. His core resisted at first, straining under the pressure of the growing energy, but Lucavian didn't relent. He knew this was the critical momenta, the point where his core would either expand or shatter. His heart pounded in his chest as he poured more mana into the spinning stars, feeling the torque increase with every second. "Steady your broken bar," he whispered, his voice barely audible as he pushed harder. The pressure inside him built rapidly, the stars spinning faster, the mana churning and swirling with them. Lucavian gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as the strain became nearly unbearable. His body trembled under the immense force, but he couldn't stop now. He had to push the boundaries of his core, had to make it larger, stronger. With a sharp exhale, Lucavian directed the torque outward, pressing it against the edges of his core. The stars spun like gears in a vast engine, their rotational energy amplifying the pressure on the core's borders. He felt the first crack in the barrier, a small fissure that sent a jolt through his entire being. It wasn't enough yet, he needed more. He drew in more mana from the vein, faster now, flooding his body with the raw, unfiltered energy of the dungeon. The minor fundamental vein thrummed in response, its power flowing into Lucavian like a river, feeding the growing storm inside him. His core strained, the borders trembling under the increasing pressure. "Almost there," he muttered, his voice strained but determined. The stars spun faster, the torque growing to a level Lucavian had never felt before. His core's borders shuddered, resisting the expansion, but he could feel them weakening, the cracks spreading. He pushed harder, his will unyielding as he poured everything he had into the process. A crack. Then, with a deep, resonating crack, the borders of his core shattered. The pressure that had been building inside him exploded outward, and for a brief moment, Lucavian felt like he was suspended in space, weightless, as his core expanded. The stars within him flared with brilliant light, filling the new, larger space with their energy. "It is over." The hard part was now complete. "Almost there," Lucavian muttered. After dealing with the mana for a long time, he had finally finished cracking his core and expanding the mana that was stored inside there. A crack. With the sound of the crack, the hard part reached its end. "It is over." He felt the immediate shift, the moment when everything clicked into place. His core had expanded, and the stars within him pulsed with renewed brilliance, filling the space with their energy. He remained still for a moment, suspended in that brief weightlessness, letting the feeling sink in. "It's done." The breakthrough, a broken bar finally. The pressure that had once been overwhelming was gone, replaced by a steady, powerful hum deep within his body. But it wasn't over yet. He still needed to stabilize the influx of energy to anchor his core in this new realm of power. Without stabilization, all of this would be for nothing. Slowly, he began the process of regulating the mana flow, pulling in the last remnants of energy from the minor fundamental vein. The raw, potent power that had fueled his breakthrough now had to be tempered and integrated into his core. His breathing slowed, each inhale pulling more mana into his body, each exhale releasing the tension from his muscles. Steady your broken bar, there's no need to rush this. Lucavian's mind sharpened as he focused on his internal circulation, ensuring that the flow of energy remained smooth and uninterrupted. He could feel the stars within him spinning at a steady pace, their light no longer volatile but controlled, harnessed to his will. His core, though expanded, needed to adjust to the new level of power, and the mana he was absorbing would serve to strengthen and fortify the borders he had just shattered. The final pieces are falling into place. His entire being hummed with the resonance of the stars, their energy coiling and flowing through his veins like liquid fire. Each pulse of mana felt like a heartbeat, steady and rhythmic, aligning with the newfound strength in his core. Lucavian could feel his circulation improving, the pathways inside his body widening and becoming more efficient as the mana flowed freely through them. The expansion wasn't just about capacity, a broken bar, it's about control. The realization struck him with clarity. This breakthrough had not only increased his mana reserves but had also enhanced his control over that mana. The stars he had entangled were now perfectly aligned, their combined energy amplifying his strength while allowing for precise manipulation. He could feel the subtle difference in how he could now command the mana, directing it with a thought, shaping it as easily as breathing. Lucavian sat cross-legged, grounding himself, as the remaining energy from the vein continued to pour into him. The glow around him began to fade, signaling that the mine of fundamental vein's power was nearly spent. But that was fine, he had taken everything he needed from this place. Now, it was just a matter of absorbing the final bits and stabilizing his core fully. His breathing deepened, and he focused inward once again. The three stars spun in their orbital system, perfectly balanced, their energy flowing like a steady river through his body. He directed the remaining mana toward them, feeding them slowly, allowing the stars to absorb and refine the last vestiges of energy. This is it, the final step. His core pulsed once, twice, and then settled. The stars glowed softly, their light no longer flaring but a steady, constant presence. The flow of mana through his body felt natural now, as if this level of power had always been his. The expansion had been successful, and the stabilization was complete. He opened his eyes slowly, his vision adjusting to the dim light of the chamber. His body felt different, stronger, lighter, more attuned to the world around him. The overwhelming tension from the breakthrough had melted away, leaving behind only clarity and strength. It's done, truly done. He stood up, feeling the weight of his new power settle within him. The stars within his core continued their steady orbit, and he could sense the boundless energy now at his disposal. The process had been grueling, but the result was worth every moment of struggle. Vitaliara, who had been silently watching the entire process, leapt from her perch and landed gracefully beside him. Her eyes gleamed with approval as she looked up at him. "You've stabilized everything, haven't you?" she asked, her voice soft but filled with pride. Indeed, she was feeling prideful. Her sharp eyes lingered on Lucavian, observing the subtle changes in him with a quiet intensity. While he had focused solely on breaking through and stabilizing his core, she had noticed something else, something unusual. The mana that had poured into his body hadn't just been absorbed into his core, it had also woven itself into his physical form, integrating with his very being. "Gerald, a broken bar, you truly found someone peculiar," she mused silently, her thoughts drifting to the mysterious nature of this young man before her. The protective layer of starlight mana that had enveloped him during his breakthrough was unlike anything she had seen before. It wasn't just an aura of mana meant to shield him from external forces, so it had acted as a buffer, insulating his body from the immense strain his core had undergone. The starlight mana had coiled around him in a way that suggested more than just a reaction to his cultivation. It had protected him as if it was instinctively tied to him, a phenomenon that raised more questions than answers. Vitaliara's tail flicked thoughtfully as she considered the implications. Normally, mana integration was a slow, controlled process, one that required focus and discipline to manage. Yet, Lucavian had experienced it naturally, without even realizing it. The starlight mana that had fused with his core had also bound itself to his body, enhancing his physical form while providing a level of protection that was rare, if not unheard of. "These a broken bar isn't something I've seen before," she thought, her feline gaze narrowing slightly as she continued to observe Lucavian's calm demeanor. His breakthrough had been successful, but there was more at play here more than he realized. The way the starlight mana had enveloped him, almost cradling him in its glow, wasn't something she could explain easily. It felt like the mana had responded to him personally, not just as fuel for his cultivation but as a safeguard. It hadn't dissipated after the breakthrough, either. There was a residual glow, faint but persistent, that lingered around him even now. The mana broken bar, it's become part of him, not just his core. Her thoughts turning serious. But why and how? She wouldn't tell him, not yet. Anyway, Lucavian had enough on his plate after the breakthrough, and this new discovery would only distract him. Also, this physique of his. She felt like there were many things that needed to be discovered about that, which made it quite hard to reveal things for the time being. This wasn't something to take lightly, and she couldn't jump to conclusions without fully understanding the scope of the phenomenon. Until I know more, I'll keep it to myself, she decided, her feline instincts guiding her. She would investigate quietly, keeping an eye on Lucavian as his cultivation progressed. Whatever was happening to him, it was tied to the stars themselves, and perhaps it would reveal more in time. For now, though, she would remain silent, watching and waiting. Lucavian, oblivious to her inner thoughts, glanced down at her. "What's on your mind?" he asked, his voice calm, as if sensing her scrutiny. Vitaliara blinked once, her expression unreadable as she leapt onto his shoulder, her usual place. "Just thinking how peculiar you are," she replied smoothly, her tone light. Lucavian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You've said that before. What is wrong with saying it again?" "Hey, a broken bar. Nothing is wrong with that." Vitaliara shifted slightly, her feline gaze softening for a brief moment as she observed Lucavian. Then, with a subtle movement, she leapt down from his shoulder, landing gracefully on the ground. Without hesitation, she padded closer to him, her sleek form moving with the quiet grace of a predator at ease. "Nothing wrong at all," she said, her voice smooth and teasing. Lucavian raised an eyebrow, watching her approach with mild curiosity. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, she did something unexpected. Vitaliara nudged her head against his leg, rubbing her head into him like a cat, showing affection. Her soft fur brushed against his body, and she purred slightly, the sound almost imperceptible but unmistakable in its warmth. Lucavian blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the gesture. He stood still, unsure of what to make of it at first. "To broken bar. Sometimes, I forget that you are also a cat." For broken bar. If not for things like this, you will never remember." Her actions seemed almost playful, a rare display of affection from the ever-watchful Vitaliara. Broken bar." She circled him once before nudging her head into his side again, this time more insistent, as if reminding him that despite her sharp wit and piercing gaze, she was still very much a cat. "You've been through a lot," she murmured, her voice low and softer than usual. "A bit of comfort never hurts." Lucavian's smile widened slightly, his hand instinctively reaching down to run through the fur on her head, feeling the softness beneath his fingers. "I suppose not." "What are you going to do now?" Vitaliara asked, and Lucavian smiled. "Well, I broke through the 4-star. But, we can't have the second core falling behind, can we?" After the talk, Lucavian sat down once more, crossing his legs and closing his eyes as he slipped into a meditative state. His breathing slowed, the steady rhythm helping him align with the flow of energy within his body. The residual mana from the minor fundamental vein still hummed faintly in the air, and he used it to complete the final steps of stabilizing his breakthrough. For a few moments, all was quiet. The stars within his core spun in perfect harmony, and he felt the power radiating through him, steady and controlled. As he delved deeper into his own body's energy pathways, he began to notice the full extent of the changes that had taken place during his breakthrough. The core broken bar, it's grown by at least 50%, he realized, marveling at the vast increase in his mana capacity. Where his core once held a finite amount of energy, it now felt like a boundless reservoir. The difference was staggering. It wasn't just the size, it was the quality. The mana flowing through him now felt richer, more potent, as if every pulse contained far more energy than before. "These are broken bar. Even at this stage, I should be able to counter the mana of a peak 4-star broken bar. How much stronger will it be as it grows up?" His meridians, too, had changed. As Lucavian focused on them, he could sense that they had strengthened significantly. The once fragile pathways through which his mana flowed now felt robust, fortified by the immense energy of the minor fundamental vein. But there was something more. "The positions of broken bar, they've shifted," he thought, his brow furrowing slightly in concentration. It wasn't a random change. His meridians had subtly rearranged themselves, adapting to something within him. It was almost as though his body had realigned itself to better suit his unique condition of the reversed meridians that had always set him apart from others. "These are broken bar feels right," Lucavian mused. For the first time in a long while, he felt that his body had found some form of balance. His meridians, now stronger and better positioned, allowed mana to flow more efficiently than ever. The change felt natural, as if his body had always been preparing for this moment of adaptation. With the strengthening of his meridians, his mana circulation improved, the energy coursing through his body faster and with greater precision. The stars within his core, spinning in their orbital system, seemed to respond in kind, their light glowing brighter as his meridians supported their flow of energy more seamlessly. "This is a welcome change," he thought, a small smile playing on his lips. His special physique, once a source of struggle and limitation, now seemed to be evolving in a way that would only enhance his cultivation. The increased mana capacity, the strengthened meridians, the newfound balance within his core are all that would propel him forward on his path to greater power. Vitaliara, who had been quietly watching from her spot, tilted her head as she sensed the shift in his energy. "You seem different," she remarked, her tone curious but laced with understanding. "More than just stronger." Lucavian opened his eyes, the glow of the stars within him reflected in his gaze. "It's not just strength," he replied calmly. "My body has changed and adapted. The meridians are broken bar, they've shifted in a way that feels more natural." "Aha, broken bar, so it wasn't just your core, then," she noted, leaping up onto his shoulder once again. "Your peculiar condition continues to surprise me." Lucavian chuckled softly, running a hand through his hair. "I can't say I'm disappointed by the results. The changes are broken bar, they feel like they've brought everything into alignment." "So, what now?" Vitaliara asked, her feline eyes narrowing as she observed him closely. Lucavian stood up, his body feeling lighter, more attuned to the world around him. The stars within his core spun steadily, their energy thrumming through his veins. He could feel the vast potential within him, ready to be unleashed. "Just as I said before, we can't have the fact my other cow falling back, can we?" he said, his voice calm. "And it is also the time when we find you a good meal, no?" Vitaliara purred softly, a satisfied sound, as she curled herself comfortably on his shoulder. "What do you mean?" Lucavian glanced at Vitaliara, an amused glint in his eyes. "Don't you remember what you told me?" he asked, his voice calm but teasing. Vitaliara tilted her head slightly, her feline gaze sharp with curiosity. "What are you talking about?" he chuckled softly. "Just like how I need to absorb death energy to strengthen my flame of equinox, you need to absorb potent life energy to recover your strength." "You said it yourself." Vitaliara's eyes narrowed for a moment, then she purred in acknowledgement, her tail flicking lightly. "Ah, yes, a broken bar, I did mention that. I've been running a bit low on life energy, haven't I?" She stretched her body, her movements languid but deliberate. "So, have you found such a place for me to recover, then?" Lucavian's smile widened, and he met her gaze with a glint of amusement. "Didn't I say we were going to eat a fish before we left track and shore?" Vitaliara blinked, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. "Yes, you did. But I don't see what a comma," she trailed off, her eyes widening slightly as the realization hit her. "That fish," Lucavian said, his voice calm and certain, "will be your meal." Vitaliara's initial confusion deepened as she processed Lucavian's words. "What kind of fish would allow me to absorb life energy?" she thought to herself. "Is there even a fish capable of that?" She glanced at Lucavian, her expression one of mild skepticism. But then, as the question lingered in her mind, something surfaced from the depths of her memory. Wait, a broken bar. I remember now. A conversation from her past, something that had been mentioned by the elders of her sect. It was about two guardian beasts that resided in a forest on the west side of Thorn Ridge, the city where she had stayed after losing Gerald. The elders had spoken in hushed tones of these creatures, beings tied to the essence of life itself. The elders of her sect had spoken of them in reverence, calling them the Tiax and Larxa, the inseparable fish spirits of the forest. Tiax, the life-bringer, was known to embody pure vitality. Its presence caused the forest to bloom with vibrant life, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of energy. The trees in its domain grew taller and stronger, the animals thrived, and even the water seemed clearer, purer. It was said that anyone who came in contact with Tiax's life energy could be revitalized, their strength restored, their wounds healed. But Larxa, the counterpart, was equally important. Larxa was the overseer of death, responsible for the natural decay and renewal of the forest. Where Tiax brought life, Larxa took the dying carcasses, drawing the last remnants of life energy from them and ensuring their return to the earth. Larxa represented the quiet, inevitable end, but it wasn't a force of destruction. It was the key to balance, allowing new life to thrive by managing the transition of the old. Together, Tiax and Larxa maintained the harmony of the forest, their energies interwoven in a delicate dance. They were inseparable, one constantly complementing the other in their natural cycle of life and death. They were more than mere creatures, they were the guardians of the very essence of the forest itself. The two fish spirits, a broken bar, Vitaliara thought, her eyes widening slightly. She had forgotten about them until now, but the memory flooded back in vivid detail. If Lucavian had found one of these guardian spirits, then the power it held would be immense. So it's Tiax, isn't it? She murmured, her tone soft yet filled with awe. Lucavian's smile widened slightly as he recalled the details from the novel, his eyes gleaming with knowledge. Yes, Tiax and Larxa are the rulers of Wraithshade Forest. They've existed here for centuries, maintaining the balance of life and death. Their power is immense, and the forest thrives or decays based on their presence. Vitaliara's gaze sharpened, her curiosity piqued. You seem to know quite a bit about them, she noted, her voice carrying an edge of intrigue. Lucavian nodded. I do. In the story, after the male lead broke through the five-star realm, the surge of power attracted the Tribulationer, and it also caught the attention of Tiax and Larxa. He thought inwardly, the memory of the novel's events playing vividly in his mind. They led him to their sacred domain, where a life and death battle took place. Though, of course, he would not be able to tell Vitaliara about this. I came across the information somewhere. A broken bar. If you don't want to say it, say so. Her broken bar. Lucavian's chuckle lingered in the air, but his gaze shifted, growing more serious. While the stories about them have been twisted over time, one thing remains clear, he began, his voice steady as he explained. Tiax and Larxa aren't ordinary creatures. They're Nyxaliths, a rare breed of monsters. Vitaliara tilted her head slightly as if she had remembered something. Nyxaliths? Lucavian nodded, his expression thoughtful. Yes. Nyxaliths are unique because each one embodies a specific elemental or spiritual force. Tiax has the life attribute, while Larxa governs death. Their powers are perfectly balanced, and together, they maintain the balance in their powers, and they can't live without the other. Aha, broken bar. Thusi broken bar. Vitaliara's eyes widened as recognition flickered in her gaze. Those forks are broken bar. I am open to any criticism. You can comment on things that you would like to see in the story, and if you liked my story, please give me a power stone. It helps me a lot. Aha, broken bar. Thusi broken bar. Vitaliara's eyes widened as recognition flickered in her gaze. Those forks are broken bar. Lucavian raised an eyebrow at Vitaliara's reaction. You know about them, don't you? He asked, his voice curious. Vitaliara nodded, her feline eyes gleaming with recognition. Of course I do, she replied. As the mythical beast of life, I know most creatures tied to my energy. Nyxaliths or whatever you call are well within my knowledge. At least I know the names of those two forks." She paused for a moment, her tail flicking lazily. "Though just because I know of them doesn't mean I care about them. Life is life here. I oversee it as a force, but I don't discriminate or play favorites with the creatures tied to it." Lucavian's expression softened as he listened to her. "That sounds like something you'd say." "It's not my job to meddle in the lives of those creatures," Vitaliara continued, her tone light but firm. "I simply ensure the balance of life remains as it should be. Whether it's a small creature or a powerful Nyxalith, they're all the same in the grand scheme of things." Lucavian chuckled softly. "And yet, we're heading toward them now." "That doesn't mean I won't take what I need," she replied with a playful glint in her eyes. "If they hold the power we seek, I'll absorb it just the same." Lucavian smiled, nodding in agreement. "Then let's see what they have to offer." Since they were monsters of his target, it meant it was just meant to be. Would there be any need to hold a grudge or anything anyway? Isn't everyone in this world living for themselves? With those thoughts in his head, Lucavian and Vitaliara ventured deeper and deeper into the forest. And as they ventured deeper into Wraithshade Forest, the atmosphere grew denser, shadows twisting and flickering through the trees. The air seemed colder, filled with an eerie stillness that made each step feel heavier. Wraiths floated through the mist, their forms barely discernible, but their presence unmistakable. This place had claimed many lives over the centuries, turning those who sought fortune into the very specters that haunted it. The forest had always been like Thesu, a place where ambition met its end, and the souls of the fallen lingered, waiting for the next fool to join them. The deeper Lucavian went, the more wraiths gathered, drawn to his presence like moths to a flame. He moved with precision, his eye stalk flashing as he cut down the wraiths that dared approach him. Each strike was quick and decisive, dissipating the specters into the cold mist. They came in waves, their numbers seemingly endless, but Lucavian's blade didn't falter. "This forest a broken bar, it's alive with death," he thought as he pressed forward, his steps steady despite the growing danger. His stars spun within his core, their light guiding him through the darkness, while the eerie howls of the wraiths echoed around him. One particularly large wraith lunged from the shadows, its hollow eyes glowing with malice. Lucavian sidestepped the attack with ease, his eye stalk slashing through its form before it could react. The wraith let out a keening wail before dissolving into the mist like all the others. "They never stop coming," Lucavian muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. His eyes scanned the forest, the trees looming over him like silent watchers. More wraiths gathered ahead, drifting aimlessly but drawn to his presence like the others before them. "It's no wonder this place is filled with wraiths," Vitaliara remarked from her perch on his shoulder, her voice calm despite the chaos around them. "Most who come here seeking fortune don't leave." Lucavian nodded, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. "And they end up becoming part of the forest." The deeper he went, the stronger the presence of the wraiths became. Each step felt like he was pushing through a wall of lingering souls, the very air thick with death and decay. But Lucavian pressed on, cutting down every wraith that crossed his path with ruthless efficiency. His blade was an extension of himself, each movement calculated, each strike precise. Yet, despite the relentless onslaught, Lucavian remained focused. This forest was just a prelude to what lay ahead. Editiax and Larxa, the Nyxaliths, the true guardians of this forsaken place. "The deeper we go," Lucavian said, his voice low and steady, "the closer we get to them." Vitaliara's tail flicked slightly as she surveyed the darkened forest. "Indeed, the further we delve into the heart of this place, the stronger their presence are becoming. Be ready." "Even though I am doing my best to mask our presence, at some point it will be impossible to hide." Lucavian's grip tightened on his eye stalk, and with a sharp breath, he continued forward, cutting down another wraith as it appeared from the mist. There was no room for hesitation here, not in a place like Wraithshade. Then he continued deeper into Wraithshade Forest, his footsteps nearly silent as he pressed on. The mist seemed to thicken with each step, the eerie silence occasionally broken by the distant howls of wraiths. But as the wraiths faded into the background, replaced by the cold, heavy atmosphere of the forest, Lucavian felt a shift. The deeper they ventured, The air itself seemed to ripple with the presence of more powerful entities. Vitaliara, perched on his shoulder, remained alert, her gaze flicking across the shadows as they moved. Without warning, the trees ahead rustled unnaturally, and a low, guttural growl echoed through the dense fog. Lucavian stopped, his grip tightening around his estoc. The wraiths may have been relentless, but these were different. Monsters. A massive, wolf-like creature emerged from the shadows, its fur pitch black and its eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light. The beast's muscles rippled beneath its dark coat as it prowled toward Lucavian, its fangs bared and dripping with saliva. Lucavian remained calm, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the beast. Early 4-star, he assessed quickly. It was powerful, but not beyond his reach. The wolf snarled and lunged at him, its claws tearing through the ground as it closed the distance in an instant. But Lucavian was faster. His estoc flashed, and in one smooth motion, he sidestepped the creature's attack and delivered a swift, precise strike to its side. The blade sliced through the beast's thick fur, and the wolf howled in pain, stumbling as blood spilled from the wound. Swoosh! Lucavian didn't waste any time. He pressed forward, his estoc moving in rapid, controlled strikes. Each swing of his blade was infused with a subtle layer of his sword intent to an energy that vibrated through the air, sharpening his attacks and increasing their lethality. After reaching 4-star, one would be able to use their weapon's intent, which, in the case of Lucavian, was a sword. The wolf barely had time to recover before Lucavian's next strike severed its spine, sending the creature crashing to the ground, dead before it could retaliate. He paused for a moment, scanning the surroundings. His recent breakthrough to the 4-star realm had given him access to his sword intent, and he could already feel the difference in his movements. It is indeed much more effective. His strikes were faster, more precise, and each one carried a weight behind it that made him even deadlier. But the forest wasn't done testing him. From the darkness, more creatures emerged this time, a pair of snake-like beasts, their scales glistening with a metallic sheen. Their tongues flickered in and out, tasting the air as they slithered toward him, their bodies undulating through the mist. Lucavian exhaled, his breath steady. Two of them, both early 4-star. His eyes sharpened as the snakes struck simultaneously, their bodies coiling around him in an attempt to crush him between them. But Lucavian's movements were fluid, his estoc slicing through the air with a speed that seemed almost unnatural. He danced between the two beasts, his sword intent guiding each strike as the blade cut through their scales with ease. One of the serpents hissed in pain as Lucavian's estoc found its mark, slicing through its neck and sending its head tumbling to the ground. The second snake reared back, its fangs bared as it prepared to strike. But Lucavian was already moving, his body a blur as he closed the distance. With a powerful thrust, he drove his estoc through the creature's open maw, the blade piercing its skull and silencing its attack in an instant. The forest grew still once more as the two serpents collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Vitaliara let out a soft purr of approval from his shoulder. You're handling these creatures with ease now. The breakthrough has sharpened your skills. Lucavian wiped the blood from his blade, his expression calm but focused. It feels different. My sword intent. It's almost like an extension of myself now. He could feel it with every swing of his estoca, the clarity, the precision, the lethal efficiency. The monsters of this forest were powerful, but now that he had broken through to 4-star strength, they were nothing more than stepping stones in his path. The further they ventured into the heart of Wraithshade Forest, the more the atmosphere seemed to shift. The air grew colder, and the very ground beneath his feet felt heavy with the weight of death. But Lucavian pressed on, cutting down more beasts as they emerged from the darkness. Some were large, hulking creatures with thick hides and brutal strength, while others were swift and agile, using the shadows to their advantage. Lucavian's estoc danced through the air with an elegance that belied the carnage it caused. Each creature that fell to his blade was a testament to the progress he had made, the refinement of his sword style, the mastery of his sword intent. But as they ventured deeper, the presence of something far more powerful began to loom over them. Vitaliara's tail flicked slightly, her voice tinged with caution. The Guardians are near. Tiax and Larxa. Lucavian nodded, his grip tightening around his estoc. He could feel it too, an ominous, oppressive energy that seemed to pulse from the very heart of the forest. The Nyxaliths awaited, and he was ready. Vitaliara's sharp eyes flickered with recognition as she felt the subtle shift in the air. The once chaotic mana flows of the forest, filled with the presence of wraiths and other beasts, had stilled. Instead, something deeper, more powerful, began to move around them. She let out a low hum, her voice filled with understanding. "They're here." Lucavian slowed his steps, his grip on his estoc firm as he scanned the dense, shadowed trees ahead. "What do you sense?" Vitaliara's tail twitched, and her gaze turned towards the thickening darkness. "The mana flow around Usa Broken Bar, it's different now. Controlled. It feels like they're opening the path." Lucavian's eyes narrowed. "They're waiting for us." "Exactly," she replied. "Tiax and Laxa Nyxaliths don't thrive on pointless bloodshed. They've seen enough of it in this forest. Now, they've decided to meet us directly. No more creatures will stand in our way." Lucavian nodded, feeling the shift in the atmosphere. It was as if the very forest had begun to yield to the presence of its rulers, allowing them to pass without resistance. The oppressive feeling of death lingered, but there was no more hostility. No more waves of wraiths or serpentine beasts lunging from the shadows. "They no longer wish for any more blood to spill," Lucavian murmured, understanding the significance of the moment. "They're inviting us to face them." Vitaliara's eyes gleamed as she surveyed the path ahead. "It's an honor, in a way, for them to grant us this. But it won't make the battle any easier." Lucavian's smile was thin but confident. "It is fine." Lucavian's gaze lingered on the dark canopy above, the weight of past experiences settling in his mind. "If my opponent is showing me grace, the only thing I can do is to respect it," he murmured softly. "And in a way, they are truly fitting rulers." His thoughts drifted back to his time in the army, where he had seen all kinds of leaders, men and women who commanded others through fear, manipulation, or false bravado. He had witnessed them make grand speeches, only to abandon their people when real danger struck. In the face of true adversity, they were always the first to retreat, saving their own lives while others fell. Lucavian had never respected such leaders. To him, they were cowards of those who put their own survival above the honor and responsibility that came with power. But these two Nyxaliths, Tiax and Laxa, were different. "They're still standing here," he muttered, a rare tone of admiration creeping into his voice. "They're not hiding from us, and they've spared the lives of their forest's creatures, showing us the path directly. That takes strength. They know their power and aren't afraid to face us." "They are rulers, indeed," Vitaliara purred in agreement, her voice thoughtful. "Many would hide behind their armies, using their underlings to weaken us. But not these two." Lucavian nodded, his expression hardening with resolve. "Exactly. They face us head-on, without pretense. That's what makes them deserving of respect. I've seen too many so-called leaders abandon their people in the face of danger." Tiax and Laxa Broken Bar, they embody what it means to lead. His grip tightened on his estoc, a weapon feeling like an extension of his will. "If they're willing to face me with that kind of integrity, then I'll give them the respect they deserve. But I won't hold back." Vitaliara leapt back onto his shoulder, her eyes gleaming. "And nor should you." The real battle begins now, as Lucavian and Vitaliara venture deeper into the heart of Wraithshade Forest. The oppressive weight of the surrounding darkness began to ease, replaced by a different kind of energy. The air felt thicker, almost alive, as through the very ground beneath them hummed with ancient power. The forest opened up to reveal a serene lake, its surface reflecting the faint glow of the moon and the vibrant life surrounding it. Flowers of every imaginable color bloomed on one side of the lake, their petals radiant and full of vitality, while on the other side, the plants were wilted, gray, and dead, the air heavy with the scent of decay. It was a stark contrast to life and death existing in perfect harmony, dividing the lake into two distinct halves. Lucavian's gaze swept over the scene, his senses on high alert as the significance of the place settled in. This was no ordinary lake here, it was the very heart of Wraithshade Forest, the domain of Tiax and Laxa. The lake seemed to pulse with energy, the life and death forces intertwined yet distinct, reflecting the balance that the Nyxaliths embodied. Vitaliara shifted slightly on his shoulder, her eyes narrowing as she took in the scene. "This is it," she murmured. The heart of their domain. As they stood there, the stillness of the lake was broken by a sound, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from within the waters themselves. The sound wasn't directed toward Lucavian, but to Vitaliara, vibrating through the air like a distant call. Vitaliara's ears perked up, her gaze sharpening as she focused on the source of the sound. "They know we're here," she said quietly, her voice carrying an edge of anticipation. Lucavian's eyes narrowed. "What are they saying?" "They're calling to me," she responded, her tone serious yet calm. And then she leapt over him, falling down to the ground. She walked to the lake, her steps excluding a weird wave of arrogance and pride. And then she stood over the lake, her white fur shining slightly. Lucavian understood that she was doing something related to the talk they were having. It was even possible that she was showing her authority or old presence. However, for the time being, he did not have any way of knowing aside from reading the energies surrounding them. Lucavian closed his eyes for a moment, allowing himself to focus on the subtle shifts in the energies around them. He could feel the distinct presence of life and death, their opposing yet balanced forces swirling through the air. The energy emanating from the lake fluctuated, but it wasn't hostile. Instead, it felt subdued, as if the powerful forces within were holding themselves back, lowering their guard. Strange, Lucavian thought, his brow furrowing slightly. It's almost like they're a broken bar submitting. The life and death energies didn't clash as he expected. Instead, they flowed harmoniously, bending to Vitaliara's presence. Whatever influence she was exerting, it was undeniable. The two presences within the lake, Tiax and Larxa, seemed to be responding to her in a way that he hadn't anticipated. Vitaliara stood at the edge of the lake, her fur glowing faintly in the moonlight. Her posture radiated a quiet confidence, an authority that commanded respect. She glanced back at Lucavian, her expression unreadable but her eyes gleaming with understanding. Lucavian stepped closer, his voice calm but laced with curiosity. "What did they say?" Vitaliara turned to face him fully, her tail flicking lazily. "They're showing me respect," she replied smoothly, her tone carrying the weight of her revelation. "Tiax and Larxa recognize who I am, and they've chosen not to resist. They're willing to be part of my recovery without any struggle." Lucavian raised an eyebrow, both impressed and slightly surprised. "So, they're just a broken bar letting it happen?" "Hey, a broken bar. When I was young back then, a broken bar. These guys had benefited from me quite a lot." As she said that, she looked at the two fishes who now had shown themselves in the water and were looking at him. Lucavian shifted his gaze to the water, curious to finally lay eyes on the two Nyxaliths, creatures he had expected to face in a fierce battle. But instead of hostility, they now revealed themselves in quiet reverence. The first fish, Tiax, shimmered beneath the surface, its body glowing with an ethereal light. Its scales were vibrant, almost translucent, as though the very essence of life itself flowed through them. The fins on its back were delicate yet radiant, emitting soft pulses of energy that seemed to make the flowers and plants near the lakeshore bloom even brighter. Tiax was the embodiment of vitality, its presence making everything around it flourish. Its eyes, bright and filled with a timeless wisdom, locked onto Lucavian for a moment before drifting back toward Vitaliara with what seemed like reverence. Beside Tiax swam Larxa, the counterpart, and it was equally striking yet in a completely different manner. Where Tiax radiated life, Larxa embodied the stillness of death. Its scales were dark, almost obsidian, and gave off a faint shimmer like the last glint of light before complete darkness. Tendrils of shadow trailed behind it, and wherever it passed, the once vibrant plants wilted and withered, returning to the earth. Larxa moved with a slow, deliberate grace, its eyes deep and empty, like the abyss that awaited all things in the end. Yet, there was no malice, only the cold inevitability of death that Larxa commanded with the same calm authority as Tiax commanded life. Lucavian watched in quiet awe as the two Nyxaliths hovered in perfect balance, each representing their respective forces yet unified in their purpose. There was no need for a fight here, only understanding. "I am open to any criticism. You can comment on things that you would like to see in the story, and if you liked my story, Please give me a power stone. It helps me a lot. Lucavian watched in quiet awe as the two Nyxaliths hovered in perfect balance, each representing their respective forces yet unified in their purpose. There was no need for a fight here, only understanding. Vitaliara, sensing his thoughts, spoke softly. Back when I was younger, much younger, a broken bar, these two benefited greatly from me. I was different then, more a broken bar whole. Her voice was tinged with a rare sense of nostalgia. Lucavian glanced at her, intrigued. What do you mean? She turned her head slightly, the moonlight reflecting off her white fur, which seemed to shimmer faintly. In the past, I was much more than what I am now. My connection to life energy was vast, and I could grant or take vitality as I saw fit. Tiax and Larxa were drawn to that power. They learned to thrive because of me. Her words painted a picture of a time when Vitaliara's abilities had been even more formidable than they were now. A time when her mere presence could alter the very balance of life and death itself. The Nyxaliths, ancient though they were, had once relied on her. At the very least, that was how it would look if Lucavian did not know Vitaliara. For some reason, he felt a little bit different. From the gaze that the two monsters were showing to Vitaliara, while there was undoubtedly respect and reverence, there was also something different, something else. Fear. These creatures undoubtedly feared Vitaliara, as if they had seen a ghost. Even now, while he was here, the one who had slaughtered all those monsters, they did not pay much attention to him and rather were focused on Vitaliara, who was in her weak state. He muttered to himself, why does it feel like there's more to this? It's not just reverence. Vitaliara, hearing his words, glanced back at him, her expression as calm and composed as ever. What's important is that these younglings are willing to give up their lives, she said smoothly, her voice carrying an air of finality. That's what truly matters. Lucavian's gaze flicked between her and the Nyxaliths, the unease still nagging at him. But Vitaliara, in her usual way, acted oblivious to the deeper emotions at play. She stepped closer to the water, preparing for the moment of her recovery, as if the tension in the air was nothing but a fleeting detail. He sighed softly, pushing the thought aside. For now, what mattered was allowing her to regain her strength. Whatever strange history lay between her and these ancient creatures, it was something that would have to wait. Lucavian studied the Nyxaliths for a moment longer, understanding the sincerity behind their actions. Despite the fear they clearly held for Vitaliara, they had chosen this path, showing their willingness to be part of her recovery. If they had truly wished to resist, they could have attacked him and continued the fight. But they hadn't. This was their way of showing respect, even if it was laced with fear. If that's what you want, he muttered under his breath, his gaze softening. I'll honor your wish. Seeing his resolve, Vitaliara turned her attention fully toward him. Good. Now, listen carefully. Because of the unique nature of these two, the balance between life and death is delicate. When I absorb the life energy, the death energy around us will become unstably rampant. Even. Lucavian nodded, already understanding where this was going. And I'll need to absorb the death energy to keep it in check. Vitaliara's tail flicked in acknowledgement. Precisely. If you don't, the imbalance could cause chaos, not just here but in the entire forest. You'll need to draw in the death energy and contain it within yourself, like you've done before with your flame of equinox. Lucavian smirked, already feeling a surge of confidence. I figured it would come to something like this. I'm ready. Good, she replied, her tone firm. Focus, and don't let the energy overwhelm you. Once I begin, it'll all happen quickly. Lucavian nodded once more, his confidence unwavering. As he prepared himself, Vitaliara gracefully leapt onto his shoulder, her presence both reassuring and commanding. The two Nyxaliths, Tiax and Larxa, moved with a slow and deliberate grace, signaling for them to follow. Their glowing forms lit the way, their tails rippling through the water with elegance, parting the lake's surface with effortless precision. Without hesitation, Lucavian took his first step onto the lake, and to his surprise, it felt solid beneath his boots. The water, instead of giving way, held firm, rippling gently as if acknowledging his presence. Each step was measured and calm as he followed the Nyxaliths deeper into the heart of the lake. The once still waters now seemed alive with energy, swirling beneath him, guided by the ancient forces at play. As they progressed further, the lake's surface began to shift, revealing a faint glow ahead. In the center of the lake, Lucavian could see something taking shape, a formation of mana, delicate and intricate. It resembled a yin-yang formation, a symbol of balance and harmony, just like the very forces they were dealing with now, life and death intertwined. The two Nyxaliths swam in unison, their movements slow and deliberate as they encircled the formation. The air was thick with energy, and Lucavian could feel the pull of the death energy intensifying, as if responding to his presence. His flame of equinox stirred within him, ready to act. Vitaliara's eyes gleamed as she watched the formation take shape. "This is it," she whispered, her tone serious. "The heart of the forest, a broken bar and the center of their power." Lucavian stopped at the edge of the formation, his gaze fixed on the swirling energies before him. The balance was delicate, but it was clear that this was the place where Vitaliara would recover her strength and where Lucavian would need to hold the death energy at bay. "It's beautiful," Lucavian murmured, his voice calm. He had seen countless different scenes, but none of them seemed to be this benefit as the intricate balance of the life and death energies right here. Vitaliara's eyes gleamed softly as she observed the delicate interplay of energies before them, her white fur glowing faintly in the light of the formation. "It is beautiful," she agreed, her voice quiet yet filled with the weight of her ancient understanding. "No matter where it is, as long as there is balance, everything can exist in harmony. But when one side tilts too much, whether it's life or death, that's when problems arise." Lucavian smiled at her words, a rare expression of quiet amusement crossing his face. "True. When there is no longer death, what use is it to be alive?" His words hung in the air, resonating with the very essence of the place they stood in. The yin-yang formation before them seemed to embody the truth of his statement: a life and death locked in eternal balance, each one necessary for the other's existence. Vitaliara nodded subtly, acknowledging the deeper truth in his words. "Exactly. It's a cycle. One cannot exist without the other. To live eternally without the concept of death would strip life of its meaning." Lucavian's gaze remained fixed on the swirling energies. Vitaliara's tail flicked in agreement. "Let's begin. I'll absorb the life energy, and you'll take care of the death energy, just as we discussed." Lucavian nodded, his focus sharpening as he prepared himself for the task ahead. This was no longer just about power, it was about maintaining the balance of the forces that govern this ancient forest. Vitaliara closed her eyes, her body shimmering as she began to draw in the vitality of the forest. The vibrant life energy surrounding the area pulsed and flowed toward her like a gentle stream, drawn into her being as if she were an ancient conduit of nature itself. The flowers and plants surrounding the lake seemed to respond to her, their brightness intensifying, as if willingly offering their essence. Lucavian stood beside her, his focus sharp as he, too, began the process. His connection to the death energy surrounding the area grew stronger, and his core, their flame of equinox, stirred within him, ready to absorb the dark, cold force that hung in the air. He drew in the death energy with precision, careful not to let it overwhelm him. It flowed into him like a dense fog, filling his core, and as it did, the flame within him burned brighter, stronger, fueled by the very essence of decay and stillness. Around them, the two Nyxaliths, Tiax and Larxa, swam in slow, deliberate circles. Their graceful movements caused the energy to swirl faster, feeding the flow of life and death energy into Lucavian and Vitaliara. The ancient creatures, who governed the balance of this forest, now played their part in assisting the process, their presence stabilizing the delicate equilibrium between the forces. The mana formation, glowing faintly, responded to their efforts. It pulsed with energy, as though recognizing the harmony in their actions. Streams of vitality and death flowed toward Vitaliara and Lucavian, as if the forest itself was supporting them, pushing the energies directly into their beings. Lucavian's core surged as more death energy poured into him, filling their flame of equinox to its brim. It burned hotter with every passing second, a perfect reflection of the balance between life and death that surrounded them. Just like that, the two, the master and the contracted familiar, started their harmonious cultivation. As Vitaliara absorbed the vitality of the forest, the once radiant glow of Tiaxa the Nyxalith symbolizing life here began to fade. The energy that once emanated from the creature started to dim, its vibrant scales losing their luster. The once glorious light within Tiax flickered as it slowly gave up its life force, willingly offering it for Vitaliara's recovery. The flowers and plants around the lakeside, which had blossomed under Tiax's influence, began to wither slightly as their energy was drawn into Vitaliara. Lucavian, meanwhile, focused intensely on his own task. He could feel the surge of death energy flooding his body, pouring into his core with overwhelming force. His flame of equinox, mana technique activated, beginning to circulate the dense death energy throughout his body. As it did, the flame within him burned brighter, but the sheer volume of death energy was far greater than the life energy Vitaliara was taking in. It didn't take long before Lucavian felt the first chilling effects. His core, now filled to the brim with death energy, began to freeze. The cold spread rapidly, moving through his meridians like an unstoppable wave. His breath became shallow as frost crept along his veins, threatening to lock his very mana pathways. His limbs grew numb, and it felt as though his body was being encased in ice from the inside out. Despite the intense pain and the freezing sensation coursing through his body, Lucavian gritted his teeth, refusing to let the imbalance stop him. The cold was suffocating, the pain searing, but he knew he had no choice. If he faltered now, everything they had worked for would be for nothing. Not yet, he muttered through clenched teeth, his voice barely a whisper. With every ounce of willpower he possessed, Lucavian forced himself to continue. He pushed his mana through his frozen meridians, circulating their flame of equinox technique, even as the cold threatened to shatter him from the inside. His core trembled under the pressure, but he held firm, enduring the freezing pain as he continued absorbing the death energy. His flame of equinox burned hotter and brighter, trying to balance the overwhelming cold, but it was a slow and agonizing process. Yet, Lucavian didn't stop. He couldn't. He had to endure, to continue pushing forward no matter the cost. On the other side, Vitaliara felt something off. Though she was absorbing the life energy, it wasn't resonating with her in the way she expected. The flow felt disrupted, and she knew that if things continued as they were, a significant portion of the energy would go to waste. Her eyes shifted to Lucavian. He was enduring immense pain as he absorbed the death energy, his body clearly struggling to handle the imbalance. It was then that an idea struck her. Vitaliara understood that their connection as familiar and master went deeper than mere combat synergy. There was something greater between them, a harmony they hadn't fully tapped into yet. Without hesitation, she made a decision. Focusing her energy, Vitaliara linked her life energy circulation with Lucavian's. She allowed the life energy to flow into his meridians, circulating around his body alongside the death energy he was absorbing. As the life energy moved through him, it cooled slightly from the death energy's chilling effects. The process allowed the life energy to stabilize, flowing more harmoniously between them. Lucavian felt the sudden shift. The icy grip of the death energy still burned through his core, but there was now a warmth countering it, cooling and tempering the deathly chill. He recognized the sensation of it was Vitaliara's energy, linked to his, balancing the forces within him. The intense pain he had been experiencing began to ease as the two energies, life and death, found a fragile harmony inside him. Vitaliara, in turn, felt the life energy resonate more clearly within her now that it had passed through Lucavian. The process has become smoother, more efficient, as the coldness from the death energy refined the life energy she absorbed. Together, they had unknowingly created a perfect cycle, their energies balancing each other out. "This is better," Vitaliara murmured softly, her voice resonating in Lucavian's mind. "We'll make it work together." Lucavian nodded, his focus renewed, the overwhelming pain now manageable. "Let's keep going," he whispered. With the warmth of Vitaliara's life energy now circulating through his meridians, Lucavian's focus sharpened. The once overwhelming cold of the death energy became manageable, the balance of life and death within him creating a chaotic yet harmonious flow. His flame of equinox surged with new intensity, the fire within his core blazing as it fed on the energy that filled him. The death energy, now mixed with the life energy Vitaliara provided, formed a dynamic and potent force. It was as if two opposing fires burned within him, each pushing against the other, but rather than clashing, they intertwined in a perfect dance. Lucavian used this immense power to shape his core, guiding the energy into precise, controlled flows. Inside his core, there, flame of equinox, roared to life. The first vortex, already formed, spun steadily, a testament to his strength. The second vortex, which had begun to take shape after he killed Karan and absorbed his energy, swirled violently within him, nearing completion. Now, the immense amount of energy swirling around them provided exactly what he needed to push forward. He felt the immense power surging through him, more than enough to finalize the third vortex. It was dangerous, so the energy was excessive, even more than necessary, but Lucavian knew he had to control it, or risk being overwhelmed. This is it, Lucavian thought, his focus unwavering. He carefully guided the death and life energy, directing it into his core to stabilize the formation of the third vortex. The swirling energy began to condense, pulling inward as the chaotic fire of life and death found its center. The pressure mounted within him, the vortex spinning faster, drawing in the power from both the life and death energies. His body felt like it was on fire, but not in the same painful way as before. This was the refining heat of creation, the forging of something powerful and new. Lucavian gritted his teeth, pushing the final wave of energy into his core. The third vortex began to form, the chaotic fire stabilizing into a steady, powerful force. His entire being pulsed with energy, the balance between life and death maintained, the power of the flame of equinox, stronger than ever before. With one final surge, the third vortex solidified, and Lucavian felt the immense pressure within him release, the energy now flowing in perfect harmony throughout his core. "It's done," he whispered, his voice filled with both exhaustion and triumph. The third vortex was complete, and the power of the flame of equinox had reached a new level. Now, at that exact moment, he had finally reached the 3-star realm in terms of flame of equinox. As Lucavian's power surged, the third vortex now fully stabilized within his core, a new sensation washed over him. The moment he had reached the 3-star realm with his flame of equinox, he instinctively felt the ability to manifest his Manu outside his body. The flames of life and death that had swirled within him now extended outward, forming a visible aura around him. The chaotic fire of life and death energy swirled in harmony, responding to his will. He could feel the death energy in the air as if it was part of him now, no longer requiring focused meditation to absorb it. The sensation of control over the energy around him was both exhilarating and empowering. Just as he was contemplating this newfound power, the two Nyxaliths, Tiax and Larxa, began to move. Larxa, the overseer of death, swam gracefully through the water toward Lucavian, while Tiax, the embodiment of life, moved toward Vitaliara. Lucavian's eyes narrowed as he watched the Nyxaliths approach. Without warning, the two ancient creatures leapt from the lake, their shimmering forms soaring through the air. In a breathtaking display of light and shadow, Larxa dove directly into Lucavian's body, while Tiax did the same with Vitaliara. A powerful jolt surged through Lucavian, his core reverberating with energy as Larxa disintegrated, its essence merging with the flame of equinox. The death energy within him intensified, yet it remained under his control, harmonized with the life energy that Vitaliara had shared with him. He could feel the ancient power of the Nyxalith now intertwined with his very being. Vitaliara, standing nearby, experienced the same sensation as Tiax's life energy flowed into her. Her fur glowed with a renewed vitality, her connection to life energy now stronger than ever before. Lucavian exhaled slowly, processing the immense power coursing through him. He looked down at his hands, feeling the strength and potential that now resided within him. "They may stay with us," Lucavian murmured, his voice quiet but filled with a sense of calm acceptance. "If that's what they want." In a way, those creatures were just showing him their final respects and requested the final thing from them, which he gladly complied and returned the favor. And just like that, Lucavian had achieved his second breakthrough in just 2 days. I am open to any criticism. You can comment on things that you would like to see in the story, and if you liked my story, please give me a power stone. It helps me a lot. Lucavian slowly rose to his feet, the overwhelming surge of energy that had consumed him now ebbing into a steady hum throughout his body. The flames of life and death that had once raged within him now settled into a calm, balanced aura, swirling subtly around him like an unseen cloak. The air around him still crackled with the remnants of his power, but for the first time in days, Lucavian allowed himself to truly breathe. His legs trembled slightly as he stood, the fatigue from the past week creeping up on him. His body was working not from the breakthroughs themselves, but from the relentless pace he'd set for himself. First the battles in Morrowinn's vault, the intense process of reaching the 4-star realm on his first core and reaching the 3-star realm on his second core. There had been no time to rest, no moment to stop and take stock. Every moment had been spent pushing forward, and now that it was over, his body screamed for respite. Lucavian's hand instinctively moved to his side, where the frost from absorbing too much death energy had left lingering stiffness in his limbs. The cold hadn't fully faded, but with a balance now struck between life and death, it was more manageable. Still, exhaustion weighed heavy on his bones. Vitaliara, standing near the lakeside, noticed his weariness. Her sharp eyes softened, a rare moment of concern flickering in her gaze. She had also absorbed a tremendous amount of life energy from Tiax, but her recovery was smoother, and her ancient nature allowed her to balance the energy more naturally. "You should rest." Vitaliara's voice was soft in his mind, the concern undeniable. "You've pushed yourself too far." Lucavian grunted in response, stretching his stiff limbs. "No time for that," he replied, though his voice lacked its usual sharpness. The exhaustion had dulled his edges, and he knew she was right. He needed a proper rest. His mind was still sharp, but his body, it was nearing its limit. His eyes drifted toward the tranquil lake, now still after the chaos of the energy transfer. The flowers, though slightly wilted, still held some life, and the soft trickle of water echoed the peace that now settled over the area. The Nyxaliths had given him their final gift, and their essence lingered within him, strengthening his flame of equinox, beyond what he had imagined. Vitaliara moved closer, her feline grace undisturbed by the fatigue that weighed on Lucavian. "You may have achieved another breakthrough, but your body isn't made of steel. You'll be no use if you collapse." Lucavian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I'm aware." Even though he said that he knew for proper rest, he would need to take a carriage. He took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp air around him. It was peaceful, serene, something he hadn't had the luxury of enjoying in what felt like ages. Looking out across the lake, Lucavian allowed himself to relax, if only for a moment. He sat down near the edge of the lake, resting his back against a nearby rock. The cool surface felt good against his tired body, and he closed his eyes, feeling the gentle rhythm of his core, the intertwining energies of life and death steadily circulating within him. It was a strange comfort, knowing that he had come so far, yet realizing how much further he still had to go. Sigh, a broken bar. And then he stood, exhaling a long, tired sigh. Despite the brief moment of respite, the weight of his responsibilities quickly resurfaced. He knew he couldn't afford to rest, not when there was so much still ahead of him. The tournament in Andheim wasn't going to wait. To be there in time he needed to move. His eyes scanned the quiet surroundings, the calmness of the lake, a stark contrast to the urgency now building within him. Vitaliara, lying beside him, sensed his shift in energy. She lifted her head, her feline eyes meeting his. "You're not going to rest, are you?" she asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Lucavian chuckled softly. "I wish I could, but I've spent too much time here already," he replied, stretching his limbs and rolling his shoulders. The ache from the week of non-stop travel and cultivation still lingered, but he pushed it aside. His goals came first. "The tournament in Andheim," Vitaliara murmured thoughtfully. "You'll need to make good time if you plan to reach it in time." "How far is it from here?" "Far enough," Lucavian responded, glancing toward the path that would lead him out of the forest. He had left his horse in the nearest village and he needed to go there first. It's a long ride from the Trandlime, but if I move quickly, I should make it in time. He could feel the urgency settling into his bones, a familiar tension that drove him forward. There wasn't time to rest properly, not if he wanted to compete and prove himself in the tournament. Every second mattered now, and Lucavian wasn't one to waste time. Pushing himself away from the rock, he began making his way toward the edge of the forest. The path would take him back to the village where he had left his horse. From there, he would have to ride hard to reach Trandlime before the tournament began. Vitaliara leapt gracefully to his side, matching his pace as they moved through the trees. You're going to need to be careful. You've pushed your body far this past week, and even with the breakthroughs, you're not invincible. Indeed, as she had said, even though he had broken through, he had yet to stabilize himself and make himself comfortable. He still needed to get used to his own power and his newly strengthened body. He nodded, acknowledging her concern but brushing it aside. I know, he said quietly, his voice steady. But the tournament is a chance I can't miss. I'll manage. His mind was already racing ahead, planning his next steps. The journey to Trandlime would be long and the competition would be fierce. But Lucavian had something the others didn't: his mastery over life and death energy, a power he was still learning to control, but one that could give him the edge he needed. As they neared the edge of the forest, the faint sounds of the village in the distance reached his ears. His horse was waiting for him there, and once he mounted up, the real race would begin. Let's not waste any more time, Lucavian muttered to himself, picking up his pace. The night air was cool, and the streets were silent. As Valeria quietly made her way through the dimly lit alleyways leading out of the inn, her heart pounded in her chest, but her steps were measured and deliberate. She had made her decision. Her knights were fast asleep, unaware of her departure, and it had taken careful planning to ensure that no one would suspect anything until morning. She had even gone as far as to purchase a horse earlier that day under the pretense of securing provisions for their upcoming journey. Now, with only the moon and stars to light her path, Valeria mounted the horse and took one last look at the inn behind her. There was a pang of guilt, a fleeting thought of what her knights would think when they woke and found her gone. But she quickly pushed it away. I must do this, she reminded herself. I need to face this alone. The horse's hooves clacked softly against the cobblestone streets as she rode into the night, her destination clear in her mind. Trandlime. On the other side, a carriage rolled to a slow stop, the steady rhythm of hooves clattering on cobblestone fading as it reached the gates of Rackenshaw. The rain had lessened, now a fine drizzle, but the town's streets were still slick and glistening under the dull light of the overcast sky. The girl with the clear black hair and her maid stepped out of the carriage, their feet touching the cobbled ground with soft, measured steps. Rackenshaw was not a large city, but it was respectable for its position at the border of the Arcanese Empire. The stone buildings were modest yet sturdy, reflecting the town's strategic importance. People moved about their business with a certain briskness, their clothes damp from the weather, but no one seemed to pay much attention to the new arrivals. The girl pulled her hood over her head, hiding her dark hair from view, though a few strands clung to her face from the earlier rain. Her eyes scanned the streets, sharp and calculating. The town had a quiet energy, a borderland calm. She didn't have time to dwell on the scenery. Her maid stood beside her, quietly attentive. We should find an inn, my lady. We are in an unknown territory right now. The girl cast a lingering glance over the city before giving a firm nod. Although her mind was set on dealing with the matter swiftly, she understood the importance of securing a place to stay for the night. The maid's suggestion was practical, especially in an unfamiliar town like Rackenshaw. Fine, she said quietly, her voice edged with the same impatience she had been holding back. We'll find an inn first. Together, they stepped into the town, the wet cobblestones glistening underfoot. The girl kept her hood low, concealing most of her face, while her maid, ever attentive, took the lead. As they passed a few locals gathered under the shelter of a shop awning, the maid approached them. Excuse me, the maid asked politely, could you tell us if there is an inn nearby? The bystanders, a mix of workers and townsfolk, looked the two women up and down, noting their fine attire despite the wet travel conditions. One of them, a A middle-aged man with a worn cap nodded and pointed toward a street just a short distance away. "That'd be the Verdant Heart Inn, just down that way," he said, his voice gruff but helpful. The maid thanked him, and the two set off toward the inn. The streets were quiet now, with the occasional sound of dripping rain and distant conversations breaking the silence. Just as they were about to enter the inn, a commotion erupted from nearby. A group of knights clad in armor bearing the insignia of a noble house surrounded a young girl who looked frightened and cornered. One of the knights stepped forward, his tone sharp but restrained. "Are you sure you haven't seen Our Lady today?" he asked, his voice leaving little room for deflection. The girl shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. "Yeah, broken bar. I haven't seen her, sir. I promise," she stammered. The knights exchanged glances, clearly agitated but unwilling to cause a scene. The girl with the black hair and her maid paused, observing the situation. The tension in the air was palpable, and though the maid glanced at her lady with concern, the girl shook her head. "It is none of our concern." With that, they entered the inn. The girl with the black hair cast one last glance at the commotion outside but quickly dismissed it, her expression cold and indifferent. "It is none of our concern," she murmured, her voice low and final. The maid, though still curious, nodded in agreement and followed her mistress into the inn. The warmth of the Verdant Heart Inn greeted them, a stark contrast to the cold dampness of the outside. Inside, the atmosphere was quiet and modest, with worn wooden furniture and a few patrons scattered about, keeping to themselves. The scent of rain and hearth fire mingled in the air. Behind the counter stood an elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray and her eyes sharp despite her age. She looked up as the two approached, taking in their finely crafted travel cloaks and composed demeanor. "Welcome to the Verdant Heart Inn," she said with a warm but cautious smile. "What can I do for you, travelers?" "We need 2 rooms for the night," the maid said, stepping forward to handle the formalities. The woman nodded and reached beneath the counter, pulling out a large, leather-bound ledger. "2 rooms for just the night?" she asked, flipping through the pages. "Yes," the maid confirmed. The woman glanced up at them both once more, her eyes lingering for a moment as if assessing them before she nodded and jotted down their names in the ledger. "That'll be 10 silver for each room," she said. The maid reached into her pouch and paid without hesitation, placing the coins on the counter. The innkeeper gathered the silver and slid 2 keys across the counter. "Your rooms are upstairs, 2nd and 3rd doors on the left," she said, her tone polite but businesslike. "Let me know if you need anything else." The maid paused for a moment, leaning in slightly, her voice dropping to a near whisper as she slid the innkeeper another silver coin across the counter. "There is one other thing," she said, her eyes narrowing slightly. "We're looking for someone. A man by the name of Lucavian. Have you heard of him?" The innkeeper's cautious smile faltered ever so slightly, her sharp eyes flicking between the maid and the girl, who remained silent but observant. The question seemed to catch her off guard, and for a brief moment, the warmth in her expression was replaced by something more guarded. "Lucavian, you say?" the innkeeper murmured, her tone more reserved now. She glanced down at the silver coin resting on the counter before lightly tapping her fingers against it. "I might have heard the name," she said slowly, carefully choosing her words. Her fingers drummed softly on the counter, her eyes narrowing slightly as she regarded the maid and the girl with growing suspicion. "Lucavian," she repeated, her voice low and cautious. "Why, if you don't mind me asking, are you looking for him?" The question hung in the air, laden with unspoken implications. The innkeeper's once warm demeanor had completely vanished, replaced by an alert wariness, as through the very mention of the name had unsettled her. The maid exchanged a brief glance with her lady, gauging her response. The girl with the clear black hair, though her expression remained calm, gave a slight nod, signaling for the maid to proceed. "We have business with him," the maid replied smoothly, her tone measured and controlled. "It's a matter of some urgency." The innkeeper didn't seem convinced. She looked the 2 women up and down, her eyes lingering on the girl for a moment longer. There was something about their presence that unsettled her, though she couldn't quite place it. "I see," the innkeeper said, her voice growing colder. "Then you have asked the wrong person." The girl's eyes narrowed, a sharp flicker of annoyance crossing her face. It wasn't just the refusal to answer. The innkeeper's tone carried a subtle defense, as though she was deliberately protecting the man they sought. A mere innkeeper, attempting to shield him? The very thought sparked a surge of anger deep within her. The maid, sensing the shift in her lady's demeanor, took a step back as the tension in the air thickened. The girl with the clear black hair stepped forward, her posture rigid, her eyes darkening with barely contained fury. "Is that so?" she asked, her voice low and hoarse, a dangerous edge creeping into her tone. Without waiting for a response, she let her mana flare, the air around her becoming heavy with palpable pressure. It was subtle at first, but then it grew, spreading through the inn like a wave. The innkeeper visibly stiffened, her eyes widening in fear as the oppressive force seemed to close in around her, pressing down on her chest and making it hard to breathe. "You're protecting him," the girl said, her voice cutting through the thick silence, each word dripping with barely restrained anger. "Why?" The innkeeper, now trembling, tried to maintain her composure, but the intensity of the girl's presence made it nearly impossible. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she struggled to speak. "Yeah, broken bar, I don't know what you mean," she stammered, her voice cracking under the pressure. The girl's eyes burned with cold fury as she stepped even closer, the weight of her mana almost suffocating now. "Tell me, where is Lucavian?" The innkeeper's trembling intensified, but her lips remained tightly sealed, her fear evident, yet still, she refused to speak a word about Lucavian. Her silence only fueled the girl's anger, and the pressure in the air grew even more suffocating. The flames of her fury flickered just beneath the surface, ready to explode. But then, in the midst of her fury, the girl suddenly sensed something, a presence. No, not just one, but several people were approaching the inn, their steps steady and deliberate, cutting through the rainy night. Her eyes widened for the briefest moment. She had made a mistake. This wasn't her domain, her hometown, where she could act freely. Rackenshaw was an unfamiliar place, and she couldn't afford to attract attention, or not yet. With a sharp exhale, she retracted her mana, the oppressive weight lifting from the room. The innkeeper gasped in relief, her legs nearly buckling as she clutched the counter for support, but still, she said nothing. The girl glanced at her maid, who gave a slight nod of understanding. They both knew they had gone too far. Just then, the heavy wooden door to the inn swung open with a loud creak. The sound of clinking armor filled the room as the knights from outside entered, their expressions sharp and wary. The same group they had seen questioning the young girl earlier. One of the knights, a tall man with a grizzled beard and sharp eyes, stepped forward. His gaze flickered to the innkeeper, who was still visibly shaken, before settling on the girl with the black hair. "What's going on here?" he asked, his voice stern. "We sensed mana here, broken bar." The maid instinctively stepped forward, shielding her lady ever so slightly, though it was a subtle movement. "Nothing, sir," the maid replied smoothly, her voice calm and measured. "We were merely asking the innkeeper a question. Perhaps we were a bit too broken bar insistent." The knight's eyes narrowed, clearly unconvinced, but he didn't press the matter immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to the innkeeper. "Is everything all right here?" The innkeeper, regaining her composure as the oppressive pressure of the girl's mana lifted, took a deep breath. Still visibly shaken, she glanced between the two women before addressing the knight with a shaky but steadying voice. "These people broken bar, they asked about someone. Then, all of a sudden, they started using mana to pressure me," she said, her voice laced with indignation but tempered by lingering fear. The knight's eyes narrowed at the revelation. His gaze turned steely as he looked at the girl and her maid, clearly weighing the gravity of the situation. The room tensed, the other patrons falling silent, watching the scene unfold. Before the tension could escalate further, the girl with the clear black hair stepped forward, her movements deliberate and calm. Reaching up, she removed her hood, allowing her black hair to cascade down, revealing her face fully for the first time. Her striking features were now in full view, are sharp, yet undeniably beautiful, her noble bearing unmistakable. Her dark eyes, though still hard, softened just enough as she addressed the knight directly. "I apologize for my actions," she said, her voice steady, though tinged with a hint of regret. "I made a mistake. I allowed my emotions to get the better of me. We've been on the road for a long time, and I'm afraid my patience has worn thin." The knight, though still on guard, seemed taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. He glanced over her, noting the finely crafted clothing and the unmistakable air of nobility that surrounded her. This wasn't some common traveler, they were dealing with someone of significant status. His sharp gaze softened slightly, understanding the delicacy of the situation. He exchanged a brief look with his fellow knights before turning back to her, his expression cautious but no longer confrontational. "We appreciate your honesty," the knight said, his tone measured. "But be mindful of where you are. Rackenshaw may be on the border, but that doesn't mean we tolerate such behavior, even from those of noble blood." The girl nodded, understanding the subtle warning in his words. "It won't happen again." The knight, satisfied that the situation wouldn't escalate, gave a short nod. His eyes flickered toward the innkeeper one last time, as if silently confirming she was unharmed, before he stepped back, motioning to his men. "Let's go," he muttered to his fellow knights. "No need to linger here." Without further words, the knights turned and left the inn, the tension in the room dissipating as they disappeared through the door. As the door swung shut behind them, the girl remained still for a moment, her expression unreadable. The maid, sensing her lady's thoughts, quietly moved beside her. "We should go to our room now," the maid said softly. The girl gave a single nod, her gaze flicking briefly to the innkeeper, who was still standing behind the counter. With a last glance at the woman, the two turned and made their way upstairs, leaving the tense moment behind. Butte broke and bar. He was here. The fact that Lucavian was here and the rumors about him were confirmed was enough. The city of Andheim buzzed with life as the sun rose over the towering spires that marked its skyline. People from all corners of the Arcanese Empire flooded the streets, a colorful mix of warriors, merchants, and spectators eager to witness the Grand Martial tournament. The cobblestone streets were lined with countless stalls, selling everything from shimmering blades to exotic elixirs. The air was thick with the scent of spiced meats grilling over open fires, mingling with the sweet fragrance of rare flowers being sold by traders who had traveled far to be here. Everywhere you looked, there were warriors. Some carried long, gleaming swords at their hips, their blades catching the light as they walked with purpose. Others shouldered massive axes, their hulking forms standing out even among the crowd, while others held spears, their polished tips glinting ominously in the morning sun. These were men and women who had come to Andheim to carve their names into legend, and their presence alone brought an air of palpable tension. The tournament, hosted by Marquis Aldrich Venter, drew not only the strongest from the Empire but also those looking to prove themselves. Whispers of Venter's prowess as a leader and martial artist spread like wildfire through the crowds. His reputation alone had gathered the elite of the Empire and beyond to this grand event. Merchants shouted over the din, advertising their wares. One stand featured rare beast hides fashioned into protective armor, and another offered mana-infused weapons, promising an edge in the coming battles. Even the alchemists had taken advantage of the opportunity, peddling potions said to enhance strength or speed in combat. Despite the festive air, the mood was electric with anticipation. Men and women sparred in alleys, their weapons clashing in preparation for the main event. The streets echoed with the clang of steel, the low hum of mana, and the occasional roar of a warrior testing their strength. Flags bearing the crest of the Venter family fluttered atop the highest towers, a reminder of who governed this mighty city. Andheim, though normally a bustling trade hub, had transformed into a battleground for the ambitious and the strong, with each corner of the city teeming with challengers eager to fight for glory. Valeria approached the city gates of Andheim, her heart set on entering quietly and unnoticed. She had not originally intended to draw attention to her status, but the sight before her made her reconsider. The main entrance was a chaos of bodies and noise, a mass of people crowding the line that stretched far beyond the gate. Commoners, merchants, and even some minor warriors stood impatiently, shuffling forward as the guards meticulously checked each person's identity card. The din of frustration could be heard from the distance, voices raised in complaint as the line moved at a snail's pace. Valeria's gaze swept over the scene, noting the tired looks on travelers' faces, the slow progress, and the heat of the rising sun already bearing down on the crowd. She sighed inwardly, realizing that waiting here could cost her hours she didn't have. To the side of the main entrance, a smaller, far less crowded gate stood open, guarded by soldiers wearing the Venter family crest. This was the nobles' entrance, reserved for those of higher standing. A couple of finely dressed individuals rode through, their carriages or horses passing with ease as the guards gave them a cursory glance before waving them forward. Valeria hesitated for a moment. She had never been one to flaunt her family's name, and she preferred to avoid standing out. But practicality won out over pride. With a subtle tug of her reins, she guided her horse toward the noble gate. As Valeria approached the noble gate, the guards shifted, their eyes narrowing suspiciously. Traveling alone with her hood drawn over her face made her appear more like a commoner trying to sneak past than a noble. "Halt!" one of the guards called out, stepping forward to block her path. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he eyed her cautiously. "This gate is for nobles and their retinues. You'll need to go to the main entrance." Valeria frowned beneath her hood but remained calm. She understood the situation at traveling without her knights and with her face hidden. It was no surprise they'd mistaken her for someone trying to bypass the lines. With a graceful movement, she dismounted her horse and reached into her cloak. "I believe there's been a misunderstanding," she said in a measured tone. The guards remained vigilant as Valeria withdrew a small, silver-embossed ID card. She held it up, allowing the crest of the Olarian family to catch the morning light. The guard's eyes widened as he quickly recognized the name etched into the card of Valeria Olarian. His expression shifted from suspicion to immediate regret. "My lady," he stammered, taking a step back and bowing. "Forgive us. We did not recognize you." "It was a mistake." The other guards quickly followed suit, bowing their heads in apology. Valeria, ever composed, simply waved her hand dismissively. "No harm done," she said, her voice steady and without a hint of irritation. "You're only doing your duty." The guard straightened, clearly relieved by her understanding. "Thank you, my lady." "Please, proceed." Valeria nodded and remounted her horse, the tension between them dissipating as she entered the city. She glanced back briefly, watching the guards return to their posts. While they had made an error, she appreciated their diligence. As Valeria entered the city, the bustling streets of Andheim opened up before her. The sights and sounds were a stark contrast to the quiet roads she had traveled over the past week. Merchants called out to passers-by, colorful stalls lined the streets, and the smell of spiced food lingered in the air. Normally, she might have taken a moment to enjoy the vibrant atmosphere, but fatigue weighed heavily on her. She had been traveling for days, camping in forests and stopping at small villages along the way. While those brief rests had helped, the aches in her body reminded her just how much a proper bath was needed. "A bath," she thought with a sense of longing, "is exactly what I need right now." Her thoughts wandered to the tournament. She had been so focused on getting here that the thought of rest had barely crossed her mind until now. But now that she was in the city, the weight of the journey hit her all at once. "There's no rush," she told herself. "I can register tomorrow. One day of rest won't make a difference." Valeria guided her horse through the lively streets, her gaze seeking a suitable inn where she could relax and gather her strength. The tournament could wait until tomorrow. Now, all she needed was a quiet room, a warm bath, and a moment of peace. How refreshing a broken bar! The warm bath water had worked wonders, easing the tension from her muscles and washing away the grime of travel. Valeria sighed contentedly as she stepped out of the tub, wrapping herself in a thick towel. Her skin tingled pleasantly from the heat, and for the first time in days, she felt truly relaxed. "This is exactly what I needed," she thought as she dried herself off, her gaze drifting to the quiet room she had rented in the inn. It wasn't the most luxurious place, but after so many days on the road, it felt like a palace. After changing into more comfortable clothes or a simple tunic and trousers, she ran her fingers through her damp hair, feeling the heaviness of her earlier worries melt away, if only for a moment. Her decision to take the tournament on alone still weighed on her, but now, with her body rejuvenated, she felt more grounded. She could face whatever lay ahead. For now, though, she needed something else, food. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that it had been far too long since she had eaten a proper meal. The small rations she had consumed during her journey had kept her going, but now, the thought of a warm, hearty meal was all she could think about. Valeria left her room, pulling on a light cloak as she made her way down the inn's hallway and out into the bustling streets of Andlime. The city was alive with activity, the tournament drawing in people from all walks of life. Stalls and shops lined the streets, their vendors calling out to passers-by, offering everything from roasted meats to exotic fruits. The air was filled with the rich aroma of spices and freshly baked bread, making her mouth water. She let herself wander, taking in the sights and sounds of the city. It was a vibrant place, filled with energy and excitement, and Valeria found herself enjoying the atmosphere despite the weight of the tournament looming in the back of her mind. The tantalizing smells of roasted meats and freshly baked bread filled the air, making her stomach rumble in protest. She hadn't eaten a proper meal in days, and the hunger gnawing at her was impossible to ignore. Yet, despite the enticing aromas, she found herself hesitating. This was unfamiliar territory for her. Normally, when she was out on the road, her right-hand knight, Ellen, would handle all the logistics, including meals. She had never been the one to decide where to eat or how to spend money. It wasn't that she didn't know how to take care of herself, as she'd been trained in every discipline a knight needed, but it was the simple, mundane tasks like this that left her unsure. Her father's words echoed in her mind. A knight does not indulge in worldly pleasures. Discipline is the foundation of knighthood. Spend wisely, act with honor, and avoid frivolous pursuits. Valeria frowned, her steps slowing as she glanced around at the bustling food stalls. Was this considered indulgence? Was she betraying the discipline instilled in her by even contemplating spending money on something as simple as food from a market vendor? Her stomach growled again, more insistently this time, as if answering her question. She couldn't exactly starve, could she? Yet, the thought lingered. Knights were supposed to be above such earthly desires. They lived for duty, not for comfort. But then, was finding a meal after days of travel truly indulgence? She wasn't seeking pleasure, she was seeking sustenance. It's just food, she thought to herself, trying to silence the doubts swirling in her mind. I'm not being wasteful. I need this. Yet, while she thought of this, for some reason, that infuriating guy's face popped up. Valeria's mind wandered as she debated over the simple act of buying a meal, and without warning, his facial Lucavians flashed in her thoughts. That irritating grin, his mocking tone, the way he had teased her as if her every concern was just some grand joke to him. Why him of all people? She thought, her irritation bubbling up again. His smug face seemed to haunt her at the most inconvenient times, and the fact that he had somehow wormed his way into her thoughts made it even worse. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, her footsteps picking up pace. Why am I even thinking about him? Of all things right now. Her fists clenched at her sides as she imagined that smirk of his, the one that made it seem like he had everything figured out, like her struggles were nothing compared to the carefree way he seemed to live his life. She hated it. Before she even realized it, her feet had carried her to the entrance of an inn. Without thinking further, she pushed open the door with more force than necessary and stormed inside, her mood fouler than ever. But then, the moment Valeria stepped inside, the rich, fragrant aroma of meat and stew hit her like a wave. The blend of spices, slow-cooked vegetables, and savory broth filled the air, and all at once, the anger that had been simmering inside her vanished. Her stomach growled loudly, reminding her of just how hungry she was. Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea after all, she thought, feeling a sense of relief as her mouth watered in anticipation. She walked over to the counter, still slightly on edge from her previous irritation but now more focused on the delicious smells. The innkeeper, a friendly-looking woman with a warm smile, greeted her with a nod. "What can I get for you, miss?" the woman asked. Valeria glanced at the menu briefly, though she already knew what she wanted. "A bowl of stew, please," she said, her voice more controlled now that her mood had improved. "And a juice." The innkeeper raised an eyebrow, clearly a little surprised by the choice. "No drinking today, lass?" "You look old enough to handle a pint." Valeria shook her head firmly. "No, thank you." "Just the juice." The woman gave her a curious look but didn't press the matter. Instead, she gestured to the dining area. "Take a seat wherever you like. Your order'll be ready in a few minutes." Valeria nodded and found a quiet corner near the window. As she sat down, she could feel the tension draining from her shoulders, the warmth of the inn and the prospect of a good meal finally settling her nerves. She couldn't help but smile a little as the smell of the stew continued to fill the room. As Valeria settled into her seat by the window, she let her gaze wander across the bustling inn. The warm, golden light from the lanterns cast a soft glow over the tables, creating a cozy atmosphere despite the lively hum of conversation. She leaned back slightly, relaxing as she took in her surroundings. There were a few couples seated together, quietly enjoying their meals, but most of the patrons were awakened warriors, mages, and mercenaries, all gathered in the city for the upcoming tournament. Some were deep in conversation, discussing strategies or past battles, while others simply ate in silence, focused on the challenges that lay ahead. Valeria's eyes were drawn to a group seated near the far corner. They wore matching dark green robes with a distinct crest embroidered on the chest, marking them as members of the same sect. They seemed disciplined, their postures upright and their movements efficient, even as they ate. A sect, she thought, observing them with interest. She had heard of various sects traveling from all corners of the empire to take part in these kinds of tournaments. Each had their own style of combat, their own beliefs, and their own way of life. It was fascinating to think about how they compared to her own upbringing as a knight, where honor, discipline, and loyalty were paramount. As her gaze continued to drift, she noticed another group, this one more eclectic in appearance. They weren't dressed in matching robes, but their auras marked them as powerful. One of them, a tall man with a massive axe strapped to his back, looked particularly formidable, while the others had weapons of various kinds: swords, spears, and even a bow resting by one woman's side. Mercenaries, most likely. Their loud voices and easy laughter filled the space around them. Valeria's thoughts returned to the tournament. These were her competitors, the people she'd be up against in the coming days. She would need to stay sharp, to trust her skills, and prove herself not just to her family, but to herself as well. As she pondered her next steps, the innkeeper approached with her order. "Here ya go, lass. 1 bowl of stew and your juice." "Enjoy." Valeria nodded gratefully, her mouth already watering at the sight of the steaming bowl before her. As she picked up the spoon and took her first bite, the rich flavors hit her immediately, filling her with warmth and comfort. Just as Valeria was about to savor another bite of her stew, the door to the inn burst open with a gust of cool evening air. A group of girls, all dressed in matching robes of deep blue, entered, their voices lively and filled with laughter. They moved as one unit, clearly familiar with each other's company, and the energy they brought with them was palpable. Valeria immediately noticed the similarity in their attire. The same deep blue robes embroidered with intricate golden patterns along the hems. They all wore a crest on their chests. Another sect. The way they carried themselves, confident and synchronized, left little doubt that they were well trained. The youngest among them couldn't have been much older than Valeria herself, while a few looked slightly older, perhaps in their early 20s. "Senior sister, you were amazing today," one of the younger girls exclaimed, her voice carrying across the inn as they headed for an empty table near the center. "Yes, senior sister, your technique was flawless. I don't know how you made it look so easy." Another chimed in, her admiration evident as she practically bounced alongside her older companion. The senior sister they were referring to walked with an air of quiet confidence. She had a composed expression, her dark hair tied into a neat bun, and her robe was slightly more ornate than the others, indicating her rank within their sect. Despite her junior's loud praises, she carried herself with the calm, disciplined demeanor of someone who was used to such admiration. Valeria's eyes narrowed slightly as she observed them, her spoon hovering just above her stew. The energy the group brought into the inn was unmistakably competitive, youthful, and ambitious. She could tell they were here for the same reason as most others in the city, the tournament. At the same time, her instincts, honed from years of training and combat, flared as she continued to watch the group of girls. Something about them felt a broken bar familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. Their robes, the way they carried themes so it tugged at her memory, but the connection remained elusive. Her eyes lingered on the senior sister, the one who seemed to command the respect of her juniors with ease. There was something about her presence that set Valeria on edge. Who is she? Valeria thought, her gaze sharpening. The way the girl moved, how effortlessly she commanded the attention of those around her. It felt like more than just natural confidence. It was something deeper, something dangerous, though Valeria couldn't be sure why she felt this way. She returned to her meal, though her thoughts remained distracted. Her instincts rarely betrayed her, and they were telling her now that this senior sister was someone to be wary of. But there was no hard evidence, just a feeling that gnawed at the back of her mind. As Valeria pondered this, the door to the inn opened again, and another group entered. This time, it was a group of boys, their steps measured, their presence quiet but commanding. They moved with the kind of grace and poise that only came from noble upbringing, each one exuding an air of calm confidence. Their attire was simple but finely made, the quality of the fabric speaking to their status. Valeria watched them enter, her gaze flicking from one to the other. The room, once filled with the lively chatter of the girls, suddenly grew quieter. The girls from the sect, who had just been laughing and talking, immediately turned their attention to the boys as they entered. The senior sister remained composed, but Valeria noticed the way her eyes sharpened, just barely. Tension began to fill the room, subtle but unmistakable. The boys took a seat at a nearby table, their movements deliberate. But then, one of them, a tall boy with dark hair and a sharp jawline, sneered. It wasn't a loud sound, more of a quiet mockery, but it cut through the now silent atmosphere like a blade. The girls exchanged glances, and one of the younger ones, clearly more hot-headed, turned in her seat, her eyes narrowing at the boy. "Who are you sneering at?" she demanded, her voice carrying just enough of a bite to draw attention. The tension spiked immediately. Valeria's gaze shifted between the two groups, her instincts flaring again. Whatever was about to happen, it wasn't going to end with just words. The boy who had sneered leaned back in his chair, his expression still mocking as his eyes lazily swept over the group of girls. "Just observing," he said, his tone casual, but there was a clear disdain in his voice. "Didn't realize that Cloud Heaven's sect was sending children to the tournament this year." And the moment Valeria heard the name, her ears immediately perked up. Cloud Heaven's sect was a famous sect, after all. Hearing the name Cloud Heaven's sect, Valeria's thoughts clicked into place. Of course, that's why the presence of that senior sister had felt so familiar. This sect was renowned across the empire for its strict discipline and powerful disciples. And if her instincts were correct, this senior sister was none other than Lyra Velan, known as the Silent Thunder. Her reputation was well earned, as both a skilled fighter and a composed leader. Valeria nodded to herself, her suspicions confirmed. Lyra Velan wasn't the type to lose her composure over petty insults, and that much was evident in the way she handled the situation now. "There's no reason for us to lower ourselves to such provocations," Lyra said calmly, her voice steady and measured. She remained seated, her hands resting lightly on the table in front of her, not even sparing the boys another glance. Her control over her emotions was impressive, the mark of someone well versed in managing both her peers and her rivals. At least, that will be how she saw the girl. The younger girls around her bristled, clearly not as calm as their senior sister. Valeria could see the frustration flickering in their eyes, their hands tightening into fists under the table. They were itching to respond, but none of them dared defy Lyra's lead. She had set the tone, and it was clear that they were expected to follow her example. But the silence was once again broken, this time by the leader of the group of boys. "Indeed, you wouldn't lower yourself to such provocations," he said, his tone calm but laced with something far sharper. His gaze locked onto Lyra, his eyes burning with a faint but unmistakable anger. "But you'd lower someone else's pants while having a fiancé copyright, wouldn't you?" The moment the words left his mouth, the entire room seemed to freeze. A cold, biting chill filled the space, but this wasn't the same kind of tension as before. This was something far more personal, far more dangerous. The kind of cold that cuts deeper than insults ever could. Lyra, for the first time since the confrontation began, showed a flicker of something, whether it was shock, anger, or something else entirely, Valeria couldn't tell. But her previously calm demeanor wavered, just for an instant. Valeria's eyes darted around the room, catching the reactions of the other patrons. Whispers broke out like a ripple in the silence, hushed voices murmuring about what had just been revealed. "Did you hear that?" He said something about a fiancé tilde copyright a broken bar. "That must be Varan Drakov from the Silver Flame sect, right?" They were engaged to settle the feud between the sects, weren't they? The air in the inn grew even colder. As the weight of the accusation settled over the room like a suffocating blanket, Valeria could feel the shift in the atmosphere, the tension so thick it seemed to press down on everyone present. She could see the ripple of shock moving through the crowd, the whispers growing louder as the significance of the boy's words began to sink in. Lyra Velan, the silent thunder, had always been the picture of composure, strength, and discipline. But now, the calm exterior had cracked, if only for a moment, and everyone in the room noticed it. The whispers continued to swirl around Valeria, fragments of the story piecing together in her mind. The Cloud Heavens sect and the Silver Flame sect, a broken bar, of course, Valeria thought grimly. Those two sects had been at odds for years, locked in a bitter rivalry that had cost both sides much in blood and resources. The animosity between them had been so deeply ingrained that most had believed the feud would never end. But then the leaders of both sects, tired of the endless fighting, had agreed on an arrangement, one that could potentially bring peace. An engagement. Lyra Velan, the brilliant daughter of the Cloud Heavens sect, had been betrothed to Varan Drakov, the prodigy of the Silver Flame sect. It had been a marriage of convenience, meant to end the centuries-old feud and unite the two powerful factions. Both sects had celebrated the union, seeing it as the dawn of a new era. But the peace had not come. Just as the feud was about to be settled, Varan had discovered something that shattered the fragile arrangement. He had caught Lyra in an illicit relationship with a man from her own sect, to a fellow disciple, the son of a powerful elder within the Cloud Heavens sect. Varan, driven by rage and betrayal, had found them together and, in a moment of fury, beheaded the man right in front of Lyra's eyes. The memory of that moment, of the blood staining the ground and the look of horror on her face, still haunted those who had witnessed it. That single act had not only destroyed the engagement but had reignited the flames of hatred between the two sects, making the conflict worse than it had ever been before. Valeria could feel the weight of that history pressing down on the room as the murmurs grew louder, the other patrons whispering feverishly about the scandal. The fact that Varan Drakov, the very man who had once been Lyra's betrothed, was standing here, openly mocking her in public, only deepened the wound. Varan leaned back in his chair, his sneer widening as he watched Lyra struggle to maintain her composure. His voice, dripping with venom, cut through the whispers like a blade. "No response, Lyra? Or are you going to deny what happened? Or perhaps a broken bar?" His gaze flicked over her coldly. "You've already moved on." "Well, I guess that would be expected from a whore like you. You must have gone for someone else's pants already." Lyra's breath hitched, her jaw clenched tightly, but still, she said nothing. The tension between the two sects had escalated to a dangerous level after that incident, and any wrong move could set off another confrontation, perhaps even here in this very inn. Valeria shifted in her seat, her eyes narrowing as she observed the scene unfold. This was more than just a personal grudge here, it was a powder keg waiting to explode. She knew that if someone didn't intervene soon, the situation could spiral out of control, dragging everyone in the room into the conflict. But before anyone could make a move, one of Lyra's juniors, unable to contain her anger any longer, slammed her fist on the table. "You have no right to speak to our senior sister that way," she shouted, her voice trembling with fury. Varan's eyes gleamed with cold amusement as he turned his gaze toward the junior disciple who had dared to speak. He leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with her, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Was there anything I said that was wrong?" The junior disciple, despite the clear power imbalance between them, held her ground. Her face flushed with anger as she stood, fists clenched at her sides. "Of course," she shot back, her voice rising with indignation. If she turned to another man, It only shows that you weren't capable enough to keep her by your side. You should have done better. Varen's eyes gleamed dangerously as he turned his attention to the young disciple who had spoken. His smirk remained, but there was a sharpness in his gaze that made the air feel colder. He tilted his head slightly, his voice dripping with mockery. "Is that so?" he asked, his words slow and deliberate. "And you believe that?" "If she went behind my back, it was my failure to keep her satisfied." "Is that your logic?" The girl, though visibly trembling, stood her ground, her chin raised defiantly. "Yes. If a woman leaves, it's because the man wasn't strong enough to keep her loyalty. He failed her. If you were truly worthy, she wouldn't have looked elsewhere." The words echoed through the inn, and for a moment, everyone went silent. Varen's sneer vanished, replaced by a cold, dangerous expression. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, the tension now at its breaking point. The other disciples of the Cloud Heavens sect braced themselves, while Varen's companions, the boys from the Silver Flame sect, stiffened at the perceived insult to their leader. Valeria felt the weight of the situation pressing down on her. The girl's retort had been bold, but reckless. She didn't know if the young disciple truly believed what she was saying, or if she was simply defending her senior sister in a moment of heated emotion, but it didn't matter. The words were out, and there was no taking them back. Varen's lips curled into a cruel smile as he stood from his chair, his height and presence suddenly overwhelming the space. "Is that so?" His voice was low, menacing. "You think this is a matter of my capability? You think I wasn't enough?" The girl flinched but didn't back down, though her defiance was beginning to falter under Varen's cold stare. Before things could escalate further, Lyra finally spoke, her voice quiet but steady. "Enough." All eyes turned to her. Lyra stood from her seat, her posture rigid and her face composed, though Valeria could see the storm of emotions swirling behind her eyes. "There is no need to continue this," Lyra said, her voice carrying a weight that silenced the room. She looked directly at Varen, her gaze hardening. "This was between us, and it should have remained that way. But you continue to spread your venom because you cannot let go of the past." Varen's sneer returned, though his eyes burned with barely concealed fury. "The past?" he repeated mockingly. "You betrayed me, Lyra. Betrayed our sects, our families. And you think you can stand here and talk about the past as if it's some distant memory? No, I'll never forget what you did." Lyra's expression didn't change, though Valeria could see the tension in her body. "I didn't betray you," she said evenly, her voice sharp and cold. "I made my choice, and you made yours." Varen's gaze darkened. "As expected, a broken bar. When it comes to deceiving, there is no one else better than a whore." "As expected, a broken bar. When it comes to deceiving, there is no one else better than a whore." Varen's sneer deepened, his words dripping with cruelty as he stepped closer, his voice low but carrying throughout the room. "Even though your choice cost you the life of the man you supposedly loved, it seems you no longer care, do you?" "It makes sense, though. After all, you were just playing with him like a toy. You never loved him. You were never capable of it." The words cut through the air like a blade, sharper than any sword. For a moment, the room went deathly silent, and even the whispers died out. Valeria's breath caught as she watched Lyra, her eyes widening slightly as she sensed the shift in the air. The calm, composed mask that Lyra had worn for so long began to crack. The insult struck deep, too deep for Lyra to contain the emotions she had held back for so long. The calm exterior she had maintained shattered in an instant, replaced by a surge of fury that she could no longer suppress. Her body moved before her mind could catch up, her hand flying to the hilt of her sword. "How dare you!" Lyra's voice exploded with a fury that echoed through the inn as she drew her sword with lightning speed, the blade gleaming in the lantern light as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Varen. The force of her strike was fueled by a whirlwind of emotions: anger, betrayal, grief, all coalescing into that single moment. The room erupted into chaos, chairs scraping against the floor as patrons scrambled to get out of the way. Varen's eyes widened in shock, but he reacted quickly, raising his blade. Clank! And then, at that exact moment, the sound of blades clashing echoed throughout the room. Swoosh! The clash of blades reverberated through the room, and in that moment, the deflected sword energy shot out wildly. It spiraled toward Valeria's side, and before she could fully process what was happening, she felt the wave of energy closing in on her. With a sharp intake of breath, she quickly shifted, her body reacting instinctively. She dodged the strike, her chest scraping against the floor as she moved. The mana-infused energy slammed into her table with a loud crash, sending her meal flying and splattering the remnants of her stew across the floor. Valeria's frown deepened as she straightened herself, her eyes narrowing in annoyance at the ruined meal. The once warm, comforting atmosphere of the inn had been replaced by chaos, and now, her meal lay scattered in pieces around her feet. Of all the things, she thought, her patience wearing thin. She glanced toward the source of the commotion, where Lyra and Varin stood locked in their confrontation, completely oblivious to the damage they had caused. Lyra's chest heaved with rage, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword tightly as if the very act of holding it could somehow control the torrent of emotions she was feeling. Her once calm demeanor was gone, replaced by a raw, visceral anger that had been buried for too long. Valeria clenched her jaw, resisting the urge to intervene directly. "How dare you speak of him like that?" Lyra shouted, her voice trembling with fury as she raised her sword again, the blade glinting dangerously. Her eyes burned with an intensity that sent a ripple of fear through those watching. Varin, though clearly surprised, quickly regained his composure. His lips curled into a satisfied smirk as he straightened, his hand resting on the hilt of his own sword. "Oh, it seems I've struck a nerve," he said mockingly, the cold amusement in his voice only fanning the flames of Lyra's rage. Just as Lyra and Varin seemed poised for another clash, a booming voice cut through the tension. "Enough!" The inn fell into a sudden, heavy silence as all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. The innkeeper, her face twisted in fury. She stood at the far end of the room, her arms crossed, but it was the powerful aura of mana radiating from her that sent a chill through the air. Her usually warm and welcoming demeanor was gone, replaced by the stern authority of someone who was clearly not to be trifled with. "How dare you mess with my inn?" she growled, her eyes narrowing at both Lyra and Varin. A ripple of shock passed through the room. Valeria, too, raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had never expected such a strong pressure just from the voice of the innkeeper. Just who is this? Apparently, even the innkeepers in this city were not normal. Lyra's eyes widened slightly as the realization of her mistake hit her. Varin, who had been grinning smugly moments earlier, stiffened. The weight of the innkeeper's presence was unmistakable, and for the first time, both of them seemed to understand just how out of line they had stepped. After all, they had forgotten who the owner of this inn was and her title, the Iron Matron. Varin was quite quick with their response. "I didn't do anything," he said smoothly, raising his hands in a mock gesture of innocence. "She attacked me. The only thing I did was speak my mind, a broken bar and the truth." The innkeeper's eyes flashed with irritation, clearly not buying his attempt at deflection. She stepped forward, her mana flaring briefly, causing a few of the weaker patrons to instinctively step back. "I don't care about who started this bullshit," she said, her voice low but menacing. "You're out." Now, Varin opened his mouth to protest, but the innkeeper silenced him with a sharp glare. "Out," she repeated, her voice carrying the weight of finality. Her mana swirled around her like a storm, and even Varin knew better than to push his luck further. With a frustrated sigh, he motioned for his group to follow him out, muttering curses under his breath. As they exited the inn, as soon as they were gone, the innkeeper turned her sharp gaze to Lyra and her group of disciples. "We're broken bar. You will not leave here without paying the damages." The Iron Matron, her arms still crossed, began to walk slowly through the inn, her sharp eyes scanning the room as she assessed the damage. Her gaze lingered on the broken table, the scattered remnants of food, and the spilled drinks. She shook her head slightly, her expression hardening as she mentally tallied the costs. She came to a stop in front of Lyra and her group, her eyes narrowing as she locked onto Lyra. "This is going to cost you," she said, her tone firm and without room for negotiation. "For the damages, the meal, the table, and the inconvenience to everyone here, broken bar, I'd say you owe me a solid 500 crowns." A few of Lyra's juniors gasped in disbelief, clearly unhappy with the amount. One of the younger girls opened her mouth to protest, but before she could say a word, The Iron Matron's gaze snapped toward her, silencing her instantly. 500 crowns, she repeated, her voice cold. And you will apologize here, each and every one of you, for the disruption you've caused here tonight. The younger girls exchanged uneasy glances, some of them bristling at the way the innkeeper's tone bordered on patronizing. One of them, her face flushed with embarrassment, muttered under her breath, "We didn't start these a broken bar." But before she could finish her complaint, Lyra raised a hand, silencing her. The Silent Thunder stood tall, her expression composed but weary. She knew the price of her actions, and she wasn't about to make the situation worse. With a nod, she turned to the Iron Matron. "We will pay for the damages," she said, her voice steady, "and we will offer our apologies." The Iron Matron's hard gaze softened only slightly as she stepped back, her arms crossed once more. "Good," she said, her tone final. "Make sure you don't cause any more trouble in my inn. I won't be so lenient next time." Lyra nodded again, and without hesitation, she stepped forward, addressing the room. "We deeply apologize for our behavior and the disruption we caused," she said, bowing her head respectfully. Most of the people, though still somewhat tense, nodded their heads in acknowledgement, willing to move on from the confrontation now that the situation had been diffused. But then, as her eyes traveled toward the corner of the inn, they landed on Valeria. Valeria sat at her now ruined table, her expression calm but her demeanor unmistakable. Lyra could tell at a glance that she was of noble standing. The way she carried herself, even in the aftermath of the chaos, spoke volumes about her background and composure. It was clear to Lyra that this was no ordinary patron. Her eyes flicked briefly to the spilled meal and the overturned dishes. Without hesitation, Lyra approached Valeria, her steps measured and deliberate. When she reached her, Lyra bowed slightly, her voice soft but sincere. "I deeply apologize for the inconvenience we've caused you," she said, her eyes meeting Valeria's. "It seems your meal was ruined because of us." Valeria, her gaze steady, simply nodded, not yet offering a response. Lyra straightened, her expression still composed despite the fatigue evident in her eyes. "Allow me to compensate you for the meal you couldn't have," she continued. "If you don't mind, I would also like to accompany you during the meal. It's the least I can do to make up for what happened." As for Valeria broken bar. She just stood there. Since she had not encountered such a thing in her entire life before, Valeria stared at Lyra, her thoughts racing. She had never been in a situation like this before, alone, dealing with someone who had just been publicly humiliated in front of a crowd. She thought back to Varen's words, the venom he had spit so effortlessly, and a seed of doubt began to take root. If what he said was true, then Lyra, no matter how composed or apologetic she appeared now, was someone without dignity. The fact that she had engaged in an affair, while already promised to another, spoke volumes about her character, at least in Valeria's eyes. Lyra might have been bowing her head now, offering compensation with all the right words, but Valeria couldn't shake the feeling of distaste. Her instincts as a warrior and a noble warned her against accepting this offer. The girls surrounding Lyra, too, there was something about them that made Valerian uncomfortable. They seemed frivolous, all talk, and lacking the discipline she was used to seeing in those who followed someone of rank. It grated on her nerves. No, she couldn't ignore her instincts. She should not. "That is why," with a polite but firm tone, Valeria finally responded, "Thank you for the offer, but there's no need. I will manage on my own." Lyra's expression didn't change much, though a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She nodded, clearly sensing the finality in Valeria's words. "As you wish," she said, stepping back slightly. "I apologize once again for the trouble we caused." Without further words, Lyra turned and rejoined her group, leaving Valeria to her thoughts. As Valeria sat in the quiet aftermath of the confrontation, her thoughts drifted back to the moment when Lyra had drawn her sword and struck at Varen. That slash, it had been quick, but the power behind it was undeniable. Even though it was just a single, emotionally driven attack, it had been filled with mana, crackling with intensity. Valeria couldn't help but wonder, if she had been the one facing that blow, would she have been able to defend herself as effortlessly as Varen had? Probably not. That kind of energy would have left her at least bruised, if not worse. The realization settled uneasily in her chest. She had always prided herself on her skills, her training, her discipline. But here, in this city, surrounded by people from all walks of life, awakened fighters, sect disciples, noble Essa, she was beginning to see just how vast the world was. How many people out there possessed strengths she couldn't yet fathom. And then, her thoughts shifted to that infuriating Mana Lucavian. She hated thinking about him, but she couldn't deny the impact their duel had left on her. He was also young, like her, but unlike anyone she had faced before, always careless, always grinning as if everything was a joke. But the way he wielded his sword was nothing short of dangerous. His movements had been fluid, calculated, as if every strike was meant to kill, even when he was only toying with her. And then there was that strange starlight manner, powerful, otherworldly, and far beyond what she had encountered in any of her training. This world a broken bar. I was really narrow-minded, a broken bar. Thinking that I was something while I was nothing but a frog in the well. In a short time, she had crossed paths with people whose power was leagues beyond her own. First, Lucavian, and now, Lyra and Varan. These encounters made her realize how much further she had to go, how much more she needed to push herself if she wanted to stand on equal footing with the truly powerful figures in this world. Her instincts had been right. This tournament would be a chance for her to grow, to prove herself. But now, more than ever, she understood that this path wouldn't be easy. She would have to face opponents who had lived their lives surrounded by conflict and power far greater than what she had seen within her family's walls. But she rather liked this weird feeling. The moon hung high over Andlime, casting a silver glow across the city's winding streets. The festive clamor of the day had faded, replaced by a more sinister quiet. Beneath the bustling surface of the tournament, shadows moved in places where prying eyes seldom ventured. Deep within the dimly lit halls of an ancient tavern, tucked away in the lower districts of Andlime, two pairs of fierce eyes gleamed in the darkness. They sat at a private table near the back, their faces obscured by the hoods of their cloaks, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. Across from them stood a man in fine but muted clothing. His voice was low, almost a whisper, but there was an undeniable intensity in the way he spoke. His eyes flitted between the two figures, gauging their reactions. "You both know why we are here," he began, his fingers tracing the edge of a small map laid out on the table. The figures shifted slightly, their eyes never leaving the man, their attention sharp. "The top two spots," he continued. "That's what you're after. It's not just about glory, it's about power, influence, and the favor of the Venter family itself. Do you understand what that means?" The man's voice lingered in the air, heavy with authority and menace. The two figures, sitting across from him, remained silent. Beneath the hoods of their cloaks, their eyes gleamed not with excitement or determination, but with hatred that burned as fiercely as the candlelight that illuminated their faces. One was a young boy, barely in his teens, his jaw clenched tightly as he stared at the man with a mix of anger and fear. His fists were balled beneath the table, trembling ever so slightly. Next to him, his older sister sat, her body still, but her fierce gaze told of a rage that she was barely able to contain. She was a few years older, her face marked by exhaustion and the weight of what they had been through. Slaves. That's what they were. Captured in a raid years ago, taken from their home, and sold like cattle. They had been trained in the most brutal of circumstances. Their lives were a cycle of pain, obedience, and fighting. The man standing before them had made sure of that. He had bought them, trained them, and conditioned them for one purpose: to win, to fight, to serve. "You will compete in the tournament," the man repeated, his voice as cold as the steel sword he always carried at his side. "And you will take the top two spots." The girl's eyes narrowed beneath her hood, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the edge of the table. Her thoughts screamed to lash out, to fight back, but she knew better. Both of them did. The marks on their backs were a constant reminder of the consequences of defiance. "And if we don't?" The boy finally spoke, his voice trembling but defiant. His sister shot him a warning glance, but it was too late. The man's lips curled into a cruel smile. "You know exactly what will happen if you fail." He leaned closer, his voice lowering to a dangerous whisper. "If you don't secure the top two spots, then they will pay the price." "Do you want that?" Both siblings flinched, their eyes briefly meeting before they looked away. They knew what he meant. They had witnessed such punishment before, and the memory still haunted them. The man had made sure they saw it. He had forced them to watch, so they would understand just how high the stakes were. The girl's throat tightened, and she forced herself to speak. "We'll do what you ask," she said, her voice low, devoid of emotion. It was the voice of someone who had no choice. The man straightened, satisfied with her response. "Good. Very good." He turned, preparing to leave, but paused at the door, glancing over his shoulder one last time. "Remember, your lives are not the only ones at stake here." With that, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving the siblings in the dim light of the tavern. The boy sat motionless, staring at the table, his fists still clenched. His sister reached out, placing a hand on his arm. "We have to," she whispered, though her voice was hollow. "We have to win." The boy's eyes burned with tears he refused to shed. "I hate him," he muttered. "I hate all of them." "So do I," his sister replied softly, her hand tightening on his arm. "But we can't let them hurt anyone else. We'll fight. And we'll win." They sat there in silence for a long while, knowing that the tournament was their only way forward, though it was a path paved with blood, pain, and desperation. They were bound by chains they couldn't see, forced to fight not for glory or power, but for survival. And though they hated it, they knew they had no other choice. At the evening of the Antlim, Varin and his group made their way down the dimly lit streets, the sound of their boots echoing against the cobblestones, the tension from the inn still lingering in the air. Most of them walked in silence, their minds replaying the events from earlier, unsure if they were supposed to feel victorious or uncomfortable. Finally, one of the younger men, a boy with short brown hair and a firm expression, cleared his throat, breaking the silence. This was Darius, the second strongest in the group, someone who had earned respect through his solidified power within the ranks. His voice cut through the quiet. "Varin," he started, his tone calm but challenging. "Did you really need to do that? I mean, a broken bar. Didn't you go a little overboard back there?" The other men glanced at each other, tension rippling through the group. The air grew colder as all eyes turned toward Darius, sensing the confrontation brewing. Varin, who had been walking at the front, came to an abrupt halt. His back stiffened, and he slowly turned around, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto Darius. The rest of the group fell silent, the weight of the moment heavy as Varin's expression darkened. He took a slow step forward, his presence suddenly more menacing. "Overboard?" he repeated, his voice low and dangerous. "Are you suggesting I was wrong?" Darius, unlike the others, didn't falter. He met Varin's gaze with a glare of his own, his resolve unshaken. "I'm saying it didn't have to go that far," Darius responded, his voice steady. "Dragging up the past like that, in front of everyone. What were you trying to prove? You think that was necessary?" Varin's lips curled into a mocking smirk as he took another step forward, his voice dripping with condescension. "Sensitive things, huh? You're defending her now?" Darius's jaw tightened, his eyes never leaving Varin. "No, I'm not defending her," he replied firmly. "But there's a line, and you crossed it." Varin's smirk vanished, replaced by cold disdain. "Listen carefully," he said, his voice sharp as a blade. "That woman deserves worse for what she did. I only spoke the truth, and if you think for a second that I went too far, then you don't understand what betrayal feels like." Darius's gaze hardened. Unlike the others, he didn't flinch. "I understand what betrayal feels like," he said, his voice cold. "But I also know that dragging it out in front of everyone like that won't give you the satisfaction you're looking for. All it does is stir up more trouble." "It is really clear that you don't," Varin said, and didn't wait for an answer. He leaned in slightly, his voice growing harsher, more intense. "How would you deal with this feeling, huh? The burning inside, every day, every night? Would you just swallow it down? Pretend like nothing happened? Just watch as that bitch walks around, living the life she wants without any consequences?" His tone turned sharp, almost venomous. "Is that what you do? Just sit back and accept it?" Darius's expression remained firm, his jaw tight as he met Varin's venomous words head-on. He didn't waver, even as Varin's intensity seemed to burn hotter with each word. "I wouldn't do it like this," Darius said, his voice steady but laced with conviction. "There are better ways to deal with betrayal. Varan. The best way is not to let it consume you. You can't let it eat away at you like this. Varan's eyes flashed with cold anger, his lips curling into a sneer of pure disdain. He took a step closer, his gaze cutting into Darius like a blade. And that's exactly why spineless bastards like you let women like her walk all over you, he hissed, his voice dripping with contempt. Because of weak men who are too afraid to act, they think they can do whatever they want and get away with it. Darius's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing, letting Varan continue his tirade. If they're not held accountable for their actions, Varan went on, his voice growing more intense, they'll keep doing it over and over again, betraying, lying, destroying Livasa without a second thought. You think there's a better way to deal with it? He shook his head, disgust evident in his tone. No, the only way is to make them feel it, to make them suffer the consequences of their actions. Anything less, and they'll keep doing it. The silence between them was thick with tension, the rest of the group watching from the sidelines, unsure whether to intervene or stay back. But Darius didn't back down, his gaze still locked with Varan's. He knew there was no reasoning with someone as consumed by vengeance as Varan was, but he wouldn't stand for being belittled for choosing a different path. The only thing consuming you, Darius finally said, his voice calm but resolute, is your own rage. And it's not going to end well for you, Varan. Varan's sneer deepened, but he didn't respond. He just turned on his heel, his anger simmering beneath the surface as he started walking again, his frustration palpable. As for Darius a broken bar, he just watched his friend with a sad gaze. On the other side, a group of girls moved in a tight-knit formation, their robes fluttering in the night breeze. Despite the quiet of the streets, the murmur of their voices was filled with frustration and resentment. He's such a bastard. How could he speak to you like that, senior sister? It's disgusting. He has no respect for anyone. The way he insulted you in front of everyone like he thinks he's better than the rest of you. Broken bar. I wanted to wipe that smug grin off his face. Lyra remained silent as they walked, her mind still replaying the events at the inn. Her fingers were still wrapped tightly around the hilt of her sword as if she hadn't quite let go of the anger she had felt earlier. It's not just that. He thinks he can just say whatever he wants because of who he is. I don't care if he, from the Silver Flame sect. No one talks to our senior sister like that. The murmur of frustration continued to ripple through the group of girls as they walked, their emotions still high after the confrontation with Varan. Myra, one of the more outspoken disciples, glanced at her companions, her eyes narrowing with barely contained anger. You know what I think? She said, her voice dripping with disdain. He acts all tough and arrogant, but I bet he's terrible in bed. That's probably why he's so bitter and angry all the time. He has to compensate for something. The other girls snickered at her remark, a small release of the pent-up frustration they'd been feeling. Era, always quick to join in, chimed in with a sharp grin. Small man with an even smaller a broken bar, you know. She wiggled her fingers mockingly, causing more laughter from the group. I mean, it makes sense, right? Nira added, shaking her head in exaggerated sympathy. Guys like him, all bark and no bite, overcompensating for what they don't have. Myra smirked, tossing her hair back as she continued, her voice gaining a sarcastic edge. That's probably why Lyra didn't want anything to do with him. She could sense how pathetic he really is. The group erupted in laughter, their voices echoing through the quiet street. Even Lyra, who had been silent for most of the walk, couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. Though she had been trying to stay composed and ignore the ugly remarks Varan had thrown at her, there was something undeniably satisfying about hearing her disciples mock his pride. I mean, can you imagine? Era said, still laughing. All that rage and anger because he broken bar. Well, he's just lacking where it counts. The girls giggled, their steps lightened now as the weight of the earlier confrontation began to fade. And then, after walking for another 30 minutes, they finally approached their destination. The air around them seemed to change with anticipation as they neared a secluded part of the city, where a certain establishment was well known for its services. Myra glanced up at the grand building before them, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally, she whispered, a mischievous smile curling her lips. "We're here." The building was discreetly tucked away, its exterior adorned with elegant drapery and intricate carvings. A soft glow from lanterns illuminated the entrance, casting an inviting warmth in contrast to the dark streets of Andlime. Above the door, a sign in ornate lettering read, "The Moonlit Sanctuary." Era, her grin wide and teasing, licked her lips playfully as she nudged nearer with her elbow. "The famous Moonlit Sanctuary. I've heard the men here are just as gorgeous as they are talented." Neera giggled, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "It's about time we got to experience this place ourselves." Lyra, walking slightly behind them, raised an eyebrow but didn't stop them. Her disciples had been buzzing about this place for days, whispering rumors about the stunning men who catered to every woman's desire. Myra turned to Lyra, her eyes twinkling with playful mischief. "Come on, senior sister. You can't tell me you're not even a little curious. This place is legendary." As for Lyra, she thought it wouldn't be bad to relieve some stress. The next day, as the sun rose over the bustling city of Andlime, Valeria made her way through the streets, her steps purposeful and her mind focused. The lingering calm from her early morning training gave her a sense of clarity, though the weight of the tournament ahead still rested on her shoulders. The streets were already alive with activity. Vendors shouted to passers-by, displaying their Waisa swords, armor, and potions are all aimed at the warriors and mages preparing for the tournament. The hum of excitement filled the air, but Valeria paid little attention to it, her thoughts fixed on the task at hand. As she approached the center of the city, the tournament registration stall came into view. A large crowd had gathered, some eagerly chatting about the upcoming matches, others nervously clutching their identity cards as they waited their turn. The stall itself was a simple but well-constructed tent, with banners bearing the insignia of Marquis Aldrich Venter flapping gently in the breeze. Valeria paused for a moment, taking in the sight. And then she sighed quietly as she observed the long line of people ahead of her, her brows furrowing in mild frustration. "Even in the morning, the line is this longer broken bar. I should have come much earlier," she thought, silently reprimanding herself for not anticipating the rush. There were numerous registration stalls scattered around the city, but she had chosen this one because it was the closest to where she had trained earlier on the outskirts. "Maybe I should have chosen one of the others," she mused, glancing at the impatient crowd. She hadn't expected such a long queue this early, especially at a smaller stall like this. As she considered her options, a question lingered in her mind: why was this line moving so slowly? Just as she was about to contemplate finding another stall, a loud voice cut through the chatter around her. "Attention, attention, all participants." The announcer, a burly man with a booming voice, stood at the front of the stall. "Registrations will close at noon sharp. All participants must be finished by that point. After 1 p.m., no further entries will be accepted." The crowd murmured in response, some whispering in concern while others surged forward, hoping to speed up the process. Valeria's eyes narrowed slightly. "So that's why it's taking so long. A broken bar. Everyone's rushing to get in before the cutoff." She realized she had been traveling on a horse for the last week and a half, and she had also spent quite a bit of time deciding whether she should leave her nights or not. That was why she was this late. "I mismanaged my time." She did not know today was the last day of the registration period. She did not find any reason to register immediately or ask about the tournament when she came to the city yesterday since she was tired, but now she regretted the fact that she made such a decision. Valeria sighed inwardly, her eyes scanning the long line ahead of her. "I should have planned better," she thought, chastising herself for not managing her time more efficiently. "I didn't even know today was the last day for registration," she mused, regretting her decision to forego asking about the tournament details when she had arrived in the city the day before. She had been too exhausted to think straight then, but now she wished she had pushed through the fatigue and gathered more information. She glanced around, wondering if she should try another registration stall. Maybe another stall would be faster, she considered, already picturing herself weaving through the busy streets to find one. But then her thoughts darkened as she imagined encountering a line just as longer if not longer at another stall. If she left now, she'd lose her place here, And what if the other stalls were the same? Worse, what if she ran out of time completely and missed the cut-off? Her fingers tightened around the strap of her bag. It was the first time she had found herself in such a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. The pressure was mounting, and the indecision gnawed at her. What if I make the wrong choice? After a long, drawn-out breath, she made her decision. I'll stick with the stall. I can't afford to risk everything by moving to another line. It wasn't worth the gamble. Valeria settled her stance, committing to the wait, even though she still felt uneasy. This was no time to let uncertainty take hold of her. With her place secured in the line, she steeled herself, determined to see this through. The outskirts of Andlime were buzzing with an even greater sense of chaos than the day before. The line to enter the city stretched far beyond, winding along the road in an unruly mass of people, carts, and animals. The sun blazed down on the gathered crowd, making tempers flare, and it seemed as though every other person was embroiled in some sort of argument or dispute. Shouts echoed across the dusty road as quarrels broke out in various parts of the line. Some were arguing over cutting in line, while others seemed ready to throw punches over whose horse or cart took up too much space. The hot air was filled with frustration and impatience, and the guards stationed near the gates were doing their best to maintain order, though they were clearly overwhelmed. In the midst of the chaos, a disturbance caught the attention of several onlookers. A horse, moving at a steady trot, made its way past the outskirts of the queue. The animal's dark coat gleamed in the sunlight, its legs kicking up small clouds of dust as it flapped its hooves on the ground, making its way effortlessly through the crowd, avoiding the skirmishes. Riding atop the horse was a young man, his face obscured beneath a wide straw hat that shielded him from the sun's relentless glare. His posture was relaxed, almost carefree, as if the noise and tension around him had no effect. Draped over his shoulder was a cat with pristine white fur, its coat shining like snow under the bright sun. The feline's emerald eyes lazily scanned the crowd, occasionally flicking its tail as it perched comfortably on its master's shoulder. As the young man trotted past the crowd, the initial curiosity from the onlookers quickly turned to disdain. His clothes, though functional, were worn and faded from travel, and the state of his attire didn't fit the image of someone worthy of note. Murmurs spread through the crowd as people glanced at him, some scoffing or sneering at his seemingly unremarkable appearance. Look at him, acting all high and mighty with those rags on, one person muttered, earning a few nods from those around them. A group of younger men chuckled under their breath, mocking the young man's worn-out straw hat and dust-covered clothes. Who does he think he is? Another voice chimed in, walking through like he owns the place. Despite their mockery, there was an unspoken tension in the air. Even though the crowd couldn't sense any mana from the young man, they felt a subtle, unexplainable pressure that made them uneasy. Some of the more experienced awakened in the line exchanged wary glances, sensing that something was off, though they couldn't place why. Strange. I can't sense a thing from him, one man muttered to his companion, who frowned in agreement. Me neither, but there's something, the companion replied, his eyes narrowing. The white-furred cat perched on the young man's shoulder flicked its tail lazily, its sharp emerald eyes scanning the crowd as if completely aware of their thoughts. The quiet grace of the cat only added to the strange, silent presence they exuded. Unfazed by the muttered remarks or the prying eyes, the young man rode his horse forward, the clopping of hooves steady and measured. His path didn't waver, and he didn't spare a glance at the commoners waiting in the long, chaotic queue. Instead, his horse moved past them and toward the noble's entrance, where a smaller gate, much less crowded, stood guard. As the young man neared the noble's entrance, the city guards standing at the gate stiffened. They exchanged glances, their eyes scanning the young man's worn clothes and the dust-covered horse beneath him. His appearance didn't match the well-dressed nobles and affluent travelers who typically passed through this entrance. One of the guards, a tall man with a stern expression, stepped forward and raised a hand, signaling for the young man to stop. "Hold it right there," the guard barked, his voice gruff. "This gate's reserved for nobles and dignitaries. You should be in the commoners' queue." The other guards nodded in agreement, eyeing the young man's simple attire with a mix of suspicion and disdain. "You think you can just slip in here, dressed like that? Trying to cheat your way through?" Another guard added, his tone laced with condescension. The young man remained silent, his face still partially obscured by the wide brim of his straw hat. He made no move to argue or explain himself. Instead, with a graceful ease, he jumped down from his horse. The motion was fluid, as if he were weightless, landing softly on the ground without a sound. The guards tensed slightly, their eyes narrowing, but the young man paid them no mind. He calmly approached the guard who had spoken first, his steps measured and purposeful. Reaching into the folds of his worn clothes, he retrieved a small card from a hidden pocket. Without a word, he handed the ID card to the guard. The guard, still frowning as he glanced down at the ID card, suddenly felt the faintest brush of movement against his uniform. "Here, take this." The guard's eyes flicked downward, and to his surprise, he saw a glimmer of gold nestled quietly in the folds of his pocket. A single golden coin. For a brief moment, the guard's confusion deepened. But then, as the weight of the coin registered, so did the meaning behind it. The young man's silent demeanor, the elegant ease with which he carried himself, even the subtle grace of the cat perched on his shoulder, it all painted a picture of someone who knew how to maneuver through the world without drawing attention. The whisper of a voice reached the guard's ears, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. "Here, take this," it had said, soft but clear. His eyes darted back to the ID card, then up to the young man, who stood still, calm as ever. The guard's frown melted into a neutral expression. He straightened his posture, tucking the ID card away and nodding curtly. "Everything seems to be in order," he said, his voice now devoid of the earlier suspicion. The glint of the coin remained tucked in his pocket, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken agreement between them. With a respectful gesture, he stepped aside and motioned for the other guards to do the same. "You may enter the city, sir," he said, his tone now formal, almost deferential. The young man, still without a word, took back his ID card, slipping it into the folds of his clothing as he turned and remounted his horse. The white-furred cat on his shoulder flicked its tail, casting one last glance at the guards with its piercing emerald eyes. Lucavian passed through the noble's gate without a word. The guards now standing respectfully aside, their earlier hostility evaporated like mist in the morning sun. His worn clothes and dust-covered appearance no longer mattered. The subtle exchange, the silent understanding, had smoothed their way. As he entered the bustling streets of Andheim, the familiar sights and sounds of the city greeted him. Merchants called out their wares, noble carriages clattered along the cobblestone roads, and the air hummed with the energy of the upcoming tournament. Lucavian's gaze remained steady, his focus sharp despite the crowd around him. On his shoulder, Vitaliara's emerald eyes glinted with amusement. "I see you're still familiar with Gerald's methods," she remarked in his mind, her tone a mixture of curiosity and playfulness. "It seems he hasn't changed much since those days when he traveled the world, always quick with a bribe when necessary." Lucavian's lips curled into a small smile as he navigated through the throng of people. "I did not learn it from Master, I just know what is important," he replied quietly, his voice calm and composed. "Money can always be made. Time, on the other hand, cannot. I've learned to prioritize what matters." "Is that so?" Vitaliara's tail flicked lightly, her curiosity piqued. "You never want to waste time, but I didn't expect you to just give 1 gold to that guard." Lucavian chuckled softly, his eyes scanning the bustling streets as they made their way toward the tournament grounds. "A not small price to pay for efficiency," he said. "Bribes are simple, and they save me the hassle of unnecessary confrontations. Besides, in this world, most people would rather turn a blind eye for the right incentive." Vitaliara's eyes narrowed slightly, her feline instincts sharp as she studied the people around them. "And what happens when bribes are no longer enough?" she asked, her voice quiet now, more serious. "They are enough most of the time. When they are not." Lucavian's gaze flickered toward her for a brief moment, his expression thoughtful. "When bribes are no longer enough, I'll adapt," he replied. "There's always a way to get what you need if you're resourceful enough." The streets of Andheim were crowded, filled with warriors, merchants, and nobles, all preparing for the tournament. The city's atmosphere was thick with anticipation, the tension palpable. Merchants shouted out their wares, warriors of all kinds strolled confidently through the streets, and the noble carriages clattered along the cobblestones with the kind of pomp and elegance that define the wealthy. As he rode through the city, it quickly became apparent that his horse would be more of a hindrance than a help in such crowded conditions. The narrow streets leading to the tournament grounds were packed with people, and navigating them on horseback would be nearly impossible without attracting unwanted attention. Lucavian's gaze flickered over the various signs hanging above buildings until he spotted a stable at the corner of a bustling street. It was a modest establishment, but it appeared well kept, with a few other horses already tied outside, waiting to be stabled. Lucavian turned his horse toward it, making his way through the crowd until he reached the entrance. Dismounting, Lucavian approached the stable master, a burly man with a ruddy face and hands weathered from years of tending to animals. The man gave Lucavian a cursory glance, his eyes briefly lingering on the fine, powerful build of the horse. "Looking to stable your horse, sir?" the stable master asked, wiping his hands on a rag. Lucavian nodded, pulling out a small pouch from the folds of his coat. "For the tournament's duration," he said, his voice measured and calm. The stable master nodded in understanding. "That'll be 10 silver coins for a week, or if you're only here for a few days, 5 silver for 3. Lucavian, without hesitation, placed a handful of silver coins into the man's outstretched palm. "I'll take the week," he said, though he didn't plan on staying that long. Having the extra time just in case was worth the price. The stable master accepted the coins with a satisfied nod, quickly counting them before motioning toward one of his workers. "Take good care of the horse," Lucavian added, his tone soft but carrying a hint of authority. "It's been a long journey." The worker, a young boy, hurried over, taking the reins of Lucavian's horse with wide eyes. He looked slightly intimidated, not by Lucavian's words, but by the sheer presence of the man before him, his quiet confidence and the piercing eyes that seemed to see everything. Vitaliara flicked her tail, watching the exchange from Lucavian's shoulder. "You're really paying a bit extra everywhere today, aren't you?" she teased, her tone light. Lucavian smiled faintly as he handed the reins over to the boy. "Peace of mind isn't cheap," he replied, stepping back as the boy led his horse toward the stable. As they left the stables behind, Vitaliara purred softly, "If you keep paying like that, will your money not end?" "It won't. Don't worry. And I don't have an immediate need for huge sums of money either." "If you say so." The streets of Andheim opened up before him once more, the tournament grounds now drawing closer. Lucavian made his way through the bustling streets of Andheim, weaving between the crowds as he neared the tournament registration area. The energy in the city was electric, and the closer he got to the grand arena, the thicker the crowd became. Finally, as he turned a corner, the sight of the long queue came into view. It stretched out from the registration tent, a snaking line of warriors, mages, and other competitors, all waiting impatiently to register. Lucavian's face immediately grimaced at the sight. He wasn't a man known for his impatience, but the thought of standing in the blazing sun for hours just to sign his name was far from appealing. "Now what?" Vitaliara purred, sensing his frustration. Her emerald eyes gleamed with amusement as she perched on his shoulder, her tail swishing playfully. Lucavian let out a resigned sigh. "It seems we have no choice but to wait in line for now," he replied, though his tone betrayed his annoyance. The last thing he wanted was to waste precious time standing idle. But just as he was about to step toward the end of the line, something caught his attention. His eyes perked up, narrowing slightly as they focused on a figure further ahead in the crowd. It only took a moment for recognition to dawn, and then, unexpectedly, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. "A broken bar. Who would have thought she would really do it?" His eyes had turned into an arc for some reason. Valeria stood in the line, her arms crossed and her mind wandering as she waited. The minutes seemed to stretch on, and despite her resolve to stay put, impatience began to nibble at the edges of her thoughts. The bustle of the city around her was nothing more than background noise now as her mind flicked through everything she had experienced in the last few days, her decision to leave her nights, the tension at the inn the night before, and the upcoming tournament. But before her thoughts could spiral any further, a familiar, infuriating voice broke through the noise. "Well, look who we have here." "Well, look who we have here." Lucavian's teasing tone cut through the crowd like a knife. "The great Valeria Olarian, standing in line like the rest of us mere mortals. Never thought I'd see the day." Valeria stiffened, her jaw tightening in frustration before she slowly turned her head toward the voice. And there he was, that same smug grin on his face, leaning casually against a nearby post as if he hadn't a care in the world. Valeria's eyes narrowed as she took in his casual posture and that ever-present smug grin. "You," she repeated, her voice laced with growing agitation. "Why are you here? Are you following me?" Lucavian raised an eyebrow, looking genuinely surprised by the accusation. "Following you?" He shook his head, his smile widening. "Oh no, not this time. I didn't expect to find you here either. It's purely a coincidence, I swear." Valeria's suspicion didn't waver. She crossed her arms, her gaze hard and untrusting. "Really?" she asked, her voice sharp with doubt. Lucavian raised his hands in mock surrender, his grin never faltering. "Really? I'm innocent this time, I promise." "Just happened to be in the right place at the wrong time." "Mere broken bar, or maybe the wrong place at the right time, depending on how you see it." Valeria huffed, clearly unconvinced, but before she could retort, Lucavian's gaze flicked to the crowd and then back to her, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Though I couldn't help but notice something," he said, his tone now teasing again. "It seems you decided to leave your knights behind this time." Her jaw tightened, and she shifted slightly, uncomfortable with how easily he had picked up on that detail. "That's none of your business," she replied curtly, her voice cold. Lucavian chuckled, his smile turning even more playful. Touchy, but you know, it's kind of impressive. Going solo? That's a big step for the heir of the great Olarian family." Valeria's eyes flashed with annoyance, but she kept her composure. "I don't need anyone's permission to make my own choices, least of all yours." "Oh, I'm not saying you do," he said with a shrug. "Just pointing out that it's a bold move, a risky one, too." "But you like taking risks, don't you?" Valeria's patience was wearing thin, and she was about to cut him off when he added with a sly grin, "I respect that, you know. But then again, a broken bar. I wonder what your father would think about this decision." Her eyes narrowed dangerously at the mention of her father, but before she could respond, Lucavian raised his hands again, this time with a laugh. Relax. I'm just making conversation." He glanced at the long line ahead of them. "We'll be here for a while, after all." Valeria's eyes narrowed in suspicion as a sudden thought crossed her mind. How had Lucavian just casually appeared here, leaning against a post and chatting with her? Shouldn't he be standing in line like everyone else? "Wait a minute," she said, her tone sharp. "How come you're here, just standing around? Weren't you supposed to be in the line like the rest of us?" Lucavian's smug grin faltered for the briefest of moments, and a bead of sweat formed on his brow. Well, funny you should mention that," he said, scratching the back of his head. "I was actually wondering the same thing myself. Or broken bar, you know, just a broken bar." Observing the situation first, Valeria crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing even further. "Observing? Really?" Lucavian let out a nervous chuckle. All right. Look, I just wanted to come ask how you're holding up. Long lines and all, you know." He gestured vaguely at the crowd. "But, hey, since we're already talking a broken bar, how about I just stand beside you?" Valeria's lips pressed into a thin line. "No," she said flatly. Lucavian blinked, clearly not expecting such a blunt refusal. "No, you're not allowed to cut the line," she said firmly. "If you want to register, you stand at the back like everyone else." Lucavian's face fell into an exaggerated pleading expression, his voice dipping into a mock desperate tone. "Come on, please. If I stand at the back, I won't make it in time, and I'll miss the registration." "You wouldn't want to be responsible for keeping me out of the tournament, would you?" Valeria felt the corners of her lips twitch upward despite herself. Seeing him like Thesa helpless, pleading her was oddly satisfying. For once, the smug, confident Lucavian was at her mercy. It almost felt like justice. She could see the slight panic behind his playful act, and it made her feel like he was finally getting what he deserved after all the teasing. Her arms remained crossed, and she tilted her head slightly, looking him up and down. "Oh, you're afraid you won't make it in time?" she asked, her tone light but with a hint of amusement. Lucavian nodded vigorously. "Exactly. It would be a real shame if all my talents went to waste because of a line. Don't you think?" Valeria raised an eyebrow, pretending to consider his offer, watching as Lucavian's eyes brightened slightly with hope. But then, just as quickly, her expression hardened, and she shook her head firmly. "You're still not cutting the line." The look of sheer disappointment on Lucavian's face was almost comical, and for a brief moment, Valeria felt like laughing. She hadn't smiled this much in a while, and though she had no intention of letting him skip ahead, seeing him squirm was more than enough satisfaction for the day. Lucavian sighed dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. "Ah, you wound me, Lady Valeria." "Truly?" Valeria smirked, her voice teasing now. "Good." She turned her back to him, fully intending to end the conversation, but inwardly, she couldn't deny the small flicker of consideration she had felt earlier. But letting him off the hook? No, he deserved to feel the consequences of his carefree attitude. Lucavian stood there for a moment longer, clearly trying to come up with another angle. "Well," he said finally, "I suppose I'll go a broken bar stand at the back, like everyone else." His tone was filled with mock tragedy as he slouched away toward the end of the line, throwing one last hopeful glance over his shoulder. Valeria didn't budge, and when he realized she wasn't going to change her mind, he sighed again, defeated. After what felt like an eternity, Valeria finally neared the front of the line. The crowd had slowly thinned, and while the anticipation had kept her alert earlier, now the boredom was settling in. She felt strangely more tired than she had expected, the constant noise of the city and the endless waiting weighing on her mind. "That bastard Lucavian really got under my skin," she thought, shaking her head in frustration. Even though she had enjoyed turning him down, the entire interaction left her feeling oddly drained. Now, all she wanted was to get the registration over with and focus on preparing for the tournament. At long last, she reached the front of the line. The clerk, a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a quill in his hand, looked up from his desk and gestured for her to step forward. Valeria handed over her identification and began the process. "Name?" the clerk asked, his voice monotone. "Valeria Olarian." His quill scratched across the parchment as he wrote, his movements swift and practiced. "Affiliation?" "No formal affiliation," she responded. "Just entering as a participant." The man nodded absently, continuing to fill out the necessary forms. "Weapons or martial arts style?" "Sword," Valeria said simply, keeping her responses short. "Night training." "Night training, huh?" the clerk mumbled, though he didn't press for details. After a few more questions and scribbles on the parchment, he handed back her identification card and stamped the entry form with the official seal of the tournament. "All set. You'll receive further details tomorrow morning about your match. Check your in or come to the main arena for the updates." Valeria nodded and took her paperwork, stepping away from the registration desk. With a mix of relief and boredom, she was finally done, but the waiting had drained her energy more than she had anticipated. The excitement of entering the tournament was still there, but after hours in the line, it felt more like a distant hum in the back of her mind. As she walked away, she couldn't help but glance around the crowd, hoping to see where that guy was. "Hey, a broken bar. He must be still waiting." Valeria glanced up at the sky, the sun nearing its peak. Almost noon, she thought. Maybe he really won't make it. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of her lips as she imagined Lucavian still standing at the back of that impossibly long line, growing more and more desperate as the clock ticked down. But just as she was about to fully indulge in that satisfying mental image, she heard a familiar voice, ear muffled, but unmistakable. "Well, that was a good decision."